in regards to shadow people, has anyone ever noticed that after some time, they just stop showing up altogether? It's not like I wanted to see them anyway. They don't come to me when I'm alone, but if I'm with certain company or some places, they do show up from time to time. I have so many stories to share. Well, I won't call them stories, because they aren't just stories, but real experiences. These things are real, man. As my grandpa used to say, don't talk about them, or they will come. So I don't. For you all who never have experience are lucky that you don't know what it's like to lay at night, trembling in fear, knowing something is outside your window, just 5 feet away. What I'm gonna tell you is a true account of a late summer night that I had on the Hopi Res. The place that I stay in, it's a village like any other on a res. You have the res dogs. Every household seems to have at least one, if not quite a few. And they're all outside dogs. At night, if you go for a walk, the dogs will announce your whereabouts by barking at you as you walk by their house. The barking can be annoying because you can't move around quietly. From house to house you will be greeted, but they will stop as soon as you pass them. I was home from school one summer, and I shared the room with my cousin in a makeshift workshop behind my aunt's house. The shop was our little man cave, all fixed up with a couple of beds, perfect for all of our needs. One night, after 1 a.m., I came in to find my cousin still out, which wasn't strange. I turned off the lights and laid down. As I lay there waiting for sleep, I hear barking off in the distance at the very east end of our village. There is one house way out there, and it's next to a trail that ends up from the valley up to the top of our mesa. I didn't think much of it, but the barking still kept going. Then at the next house, more dogs joined in. I was a bit confused because the dogs were not disengaging, and the numbers kept growing as the movement continued. I was thinking that it sucked to be that guy walking through the village. I started to feel a bit uneasy, or curious maybe, because the dogs wouldn't give up. In fact, their barking intensified. I lay there and listened as the movement of dogs barking had become its own theme. As they got closer, I could hear the dogs' paws on the sandy and rocky ground as they swarmed around this unlucky fool, or whatever it was they were so pissed off at. My heart rate went up, and suddenly, they were about 20 feet outside behind the small cinder block room that I was laying down in. I was glad that my light was off, along with everyone else's in the village because of the late hour. The movement then stopped, and the dogs intensified. They were attacking and growling and snarling, almost like they had something cornered. If I had to guess, there was maybe about 20 dogs in this loud fray of vicious rest dogs all protecting home. All of a sudden, I heard this very loud, high-piercing screech that seemed to last about 3 to 5 seconds. My heart stopped, my throat felt dry, and I was terrified. It didn't come from a dog or anything else. As soon as it stopped, there was a split second of total silence. Then, just like that, every dog started crying and whimpering loud, almost like somebody was beating them, so you could hear their paws scrape for traction as they scrambled to flee, all while crying and running for their lives. Then, just as quickly as it all started, everything went silent. I was left alone in the darkness of that room. I could hear my heart beating fast. I'm not sure how long I was laying there when I suddenly heard footsteps. Someone was coming to the room. There is only one door and one way in, and the walkway is closed in, so there is no way anyone could ever sneak up on you in this room. For that I was grateful, especially on that night. At first, I was kind of scared. Then I realized that it was most likely just my cousin coming home for the night. The footsteps stopped at the door, and nothing. I assumed that he was finishing a cigarette. It was so still and quiet when I heard the doorknob very slowly turning, almost like if someone was trying to be quiet. I lay there in the dark, looking at the door, and it opened about a foot and stopped. Then, in the darkness, I see a dark shadow of a head coming through that gap. It was pretty dark, but I could make out the head of a person as they scanned around the room in the darkness. That's when I called up the most manly voice that I could and said, "Yo." The head immediately turned towards me and looked at me. Suddenly, the head disappeared. I jumped for the light and ran for the door, which was about less than 10 feet from me. I ran outside, Not even sure why, but there was no one there. No one was there. I heard no one running. They were just gone. I suddenly felt creeped out, like if somebody was watching me. So I went back inside and this time locked the door. I laid back down in the dark. No way I was going to be sleeping anytime soon. I was just trying to make sense of it all. Then, I hear footsteps again. My heart starts beating fast again. Then someone knocks on the door. I answer instead of opening the door. It was my girlfriend. I let her in quickly. She and her friends had just got home from Phoenix, and they wanted to know if I wanted to hang out and party for a bit. Damn right. I had never gotten dressed so fast in my whole life. The next night at dinner, I told my auntie about it. She said her and my uncle didn't hear anything. I couldn't believe it. It was so loud and their bedroom was only about 60 feet or so from the action. She just gave me a look of disbelief and disappointment. To this day, I've always been confused by her reaction to what I told her. I still get a sinking feeling every time that I retell my experience of that late summer night. I do wonder why they gave me that reaction. I'm starting to think that maybe they were protecting me from knowing. Some things are just better off left alone. I went to Santa Clara, New Mexico, to watch my Zuni friend perform the deer dance with a group. The Zuni Pueblo dancers are known for their brightly colored clothing and beautiful dancing. One of their dances is called the deer dance. I actually live about an hour away from here, which is why he invited me since I was not that far. As I was there, I saw the dancers wearing bells on their ankles, and they used sticks with bells to stomp the ground. It was beautiful, as these dancers, the singing, and the rhythm had a distinctive sound to them. After the quote-unquote show, which I ended up finding out was an actual ceremony, my friend drove me back to his place. He lives pretty close to the river, and it's actually like the last line of houses before you go to the forest. So we stayed in his car a while, just talking about life in general. Anyways, my friend said that he needed to go inside and change and then he would drop me off at my house. So we got out of the car and he went inside. And as I'm standing outside waiting for him, I started to hear bells, similar to the ones from the ceremony. So I looked around but couldn't really see anything. Then I realized it was the same sound and pattern that the dancers' bells were making. I knew there should be nobody dancing this late, for it was around 10 p.m. So I thought it was weird. I started looking around to see where these sounds were coming from. They sounded pretty distant, but I still looked around to see if I could spot it. As I was looking down the block from where the porch light couldn't reach, there was a stop sign, and right next to the stop sign was where the sound of the bells was coming from. I see a silhouette of a person dancing. It looked to be wearing similar deer dancer attire, similar to the clothing that my friend and some of the people I saw earlier, except that this looked strange. My friend had given me some background on all of this, and he told me that they wear leathers and skins, but this one looked like it was wearing something different. Something was off about it, so I stood there watching it. I almost felt like I was in a trance with its dancing. Then I realized that this person was almost as tall as the stop sign, so I focused more on it, and I realized that it was dancing like it wanted me to see it. Then I noticed that it started to move slowly towards me, at very slow steps, almost dancing from one side to the other. But as it was getting closer, I started to distinguish it more. It had huge horns. The torso was like a barrel. The arms were long and lanky, similar to its legs. This is when fear starts to build up inside of me, and I try to move, but I almost feel like I'm stuck, just staring at this thing. That's when my friend comes out of the house and is asking me what that noise is. Me being stuck just staring at it, I couldn't say anything. Then he sees it and starts screaming at it in some language I had never heard. He tells me to get inside the house quickly. I go inside the house and I see him follow right behind me. Then he comes inside, and I'm asking him what the hell that was. And he just looks at me and says that it was Adegashi. He calls his mom in his native language. She comes from her room and looks at me with concern, and then makes a phone call. Moments later, my friend told me, a medicine man is on his way over here, and he's gonna perform a smudging ceremony. It's a cleansing. We need to purify the space and have him bless both of us. His mom then lights something in the living room and closes all the blinds and windows and locks the doors. After about 15 minutes, a knock is at the door, and it's this old man who has a bunch of bags and is wearing old traditional native clothing. My friend's mom quickly locks the door and has both of us sit down on the floor together. Without saying a word, the medicine man starts to light something and goes around shouting some words, almost like he was singing. I'm not exactly sure what is going on, but this only lasted like 5 minutes. He then tells us to get up and gets close to me and says, "They have took notice of you. Leave this place quickly." My friend then quickly gathers everything, and he tells me that he's gonna go drop me off right now. Yeah, in the middle of the fucking night, back home. As we're on our way back to my place, my friend explains everything. He says that Aotegashi is a term for a witch, and that this witch was trying to cause harm, and was actually pretty close to doing so. Something about that these witches communicate with Chendis, and that they took notice of me, and were now gonna pursue me unless I left town. He said that when the elders in town say something, we must listen, for they know what is best for us. He said he would keep me updated, but to not come back into town, no matter how much time has gone by. Did you know that the flute was a traditional instrument that the natives first used when they first settled in? It's said that the Skinwalker uses the flute to communicate with the spirits in other planes or dimensions. I was working on a ranch in Chinle one summer, near Canyon de Chelly. It was a fairly big spread, a couple 100 acres at least. We had been having problems with coyotes getting into the sheep pens at night. The guy that I was working for, Dwayne, sent me and his middle son, he was about 17, out to make sure the gate on the corral at the southern end of the property was closed. The younger boy, he was maybe 11, wanted to come with us as well, so we let him jump in the back of the Jeep. It was after dark. The drive out there was a good 10 or 15 minutes. Dwayne's kid was behind the wheel. I was sitting in the passenger seat, my head back and my eyes half closed, just enjoying the cool night air and the quietness. When we got there, Dwayne's kid, his name was Jay, sent his little brother, Aaron, out to check the gate. It was only 20 or so yards off the road and to the far side of some posts with chicken wire. My eyes were still kind of closed when I heard some whistling, but it wasn't like a person. It was more like the sound of a flute, the reed kind with the holes punched through it. It was a simple tune, but it was deep. That's when out of nowhere, Jay starts yelling for Aaron to get back in the Jeep. And it's like he's not kidding. Just the way he was yelling, basically screaming at him, caused me to jump up, and it had my heart racing, as if something bad was about to happen. He kept asking me, his voice in near panic, "Do you hear that?" Sounds like some kind of flute," I said. Just at that moment, Aaron launches himself into the back of the Jeep, his eyes wide open and looking as if he is ready to cry. Jay turns the key, and practically before the engine turns on, he's got his weight on the gas pedal like he's afraid it's going to push back. The wheel starts spinning, dirt and pebbles are flying all over the place. No sooner does Jay get us in motion, when the sound of this flute is right there, as if whoever is playing it is just there in the dark. but I couldn't see a damn thing. As soon as we get back to the ranch house, the two boys run in and tell Dwayne what happened. The next day he goes into the settlement and comes back with a medicine man. The old guy spends more than half the day going around and blessing every part of the ranch. When he leaves, he tells us to be careful and to not go out alone at night. He said he is sure that there's a Skinwalker going around. This doesn't have any off-the-charts action like some stories you might hear, but this is something that did make me reconsider living in the remote areas. I went camping with two of my buddies about 7 years back. We were backpacking out in the deep woods of Montana. Every day we would wake up, hike until about noon, and then find a place to camp for the night, and spend the rest of the daylight hours fishing or shooting cans with a BB gun. All of us actually had real guns, but as you know, ammo isn't cheap, and we wanted them only for emergencies. We had a great first few days. On the fourth day, we must have been about 50 miles from the nearest road. We decided that this would be as far as we go, and tomorrow we would head back the way we came. We were pretty high up on a hill at this point, and we had a lovely view of the landscape. We found what seemed to be the concrete foundation of a long since demolished fire watch station, and decided that it would be the perfect place to camp. We made a fire, and then we went to sleep. It was still pretty early, but we were all tired as hell. Later that night, I woke up to go pee. I walked out to the edge of the concrete platform, and it was basically pitch black outside. The stars were beautiful though. I remember pointing my flashlight down the hill the way we came, because I didn't want to point it at the tents and wake up my friends. The flashlight was pretty weak, one of those real heavy ones with a dark yellow light that only lights up about 30 feet in front of you. I could barely make out what I thought was a deer moving across the path that we took up the hill, but it was too far for my flashlight to really hit it, and there were about a dozen trees in the way, so I only saw a few flashes of it. After a few seconds, I saw that it was actually not a deer. It was a person, and I started to freak out because I assumed it was a ranger that was about to give us hell for having a fire without a permit. Every time I looked back, this person was a couple feet closer to me, and I could hear them taking slow steps whenever I looked down, attempting to control my stream. I didn't realize it at this time how strange it would be for a ranger to be wandering around here without a flashlight at 2 in the morning, but I was tired. I could only still barely make out the rough shape of him within the darkness with my really crappy flashlight, but I finished up my business and then pointed the flashlight back at the person. He wasn't moving towards us anymore. I yelled out to them and asked if they needed something, but I got no response. At this point, my buddies were awake, and they came out of their tents to see what was going on. One of them had a much more powerful flashlight than I did, and he pointed it to where I was pointing mine. It lit up the person, and we could see him pretty clearly now. He was tall, but fairly lanky, and about 6.5 feet tall. And something was indeed wrong with this person. They had sideways facial features. They weren't bloody or anything. It's not like he was attacked by a bear and it just rearranged his face, but his eyes were just sideways, and the mouth was also sideways. He was staring directly at us and starting to smile pretty hard, even though I'm not sure if I would actually consider it smiling, because it basically was just baring its teeth at us and maintaining eye contact. It was still pretty far away, maybe about 100 feet, but we could still see its face pretty clearly. Its eyes were wide, open enough for us to see the whites. We were all pretty shocked, obviously, and one of my buddies pointed his gun at him. As soon as this thing saw the gun, it just sort of coughed or gurgled. It sounded kind of like when someone is choking. It turned around but kept looking at us over its shoulder as it moved back the way it came from. It wasn't making any sort of effort to stay hidden, and with the bright light from my buddy, we watched it walk off into the woods for about 10 minutes. until we couldn't see it anymore. All of us were freaking out and we quickly packed up our camp and let the fire die down. But that was the scariest part, to be honest. Not seeing this thing first, but packing up the camp basically in the dark, because we couldn't hold our flashlights and look at the woods around us. In the meantime, we heard plenty of noises, and the entire time we felt like this thing was going to sprint out of the darkness. But it never did. We had our rifles out until daylight. Then we hiked faster than I ever hiked, and we got out of the woods. We hiked so fast that we were out by noon. We threw our stuff into the truck and drove 90 miles per hour, checking the mirrors every 10 seconds. We never saw that thing again. Once we were back in town, we all recounted exactly what we had all seen to each other, and our descriptions of this thing's face were all exactly the same. Very wide eyes, sideways features. It never attacked us. The woods didn't fall silent. This thing didn't smell like its flesh was rotting. It was just strange, bizarre. It looked wrong, and it also moved wrong. And the scariest part was when we couldn't see it at all, because we didn't know if it was going to be right next to us. And we didn't need to fire any warning shots, even though we were all thinking about doing it. As soon as it saw the gun, it started backing away. Maybe other people or other campers had fired at it before, and it understood what it was. But that's also scary, because that means it's actually quite intelligent. We were trying for hours to rationalize it, but none of us could really figure out why somebody would be out in the middle of the woods with no flashlight or backpack, stalking some random hikers in the middle of the night. None of us think that it was a human, but we also got no explanation. It's basically a campfire story for us at this point. We still go camping here and there, and I had some other weird stuff happen as well. But this is just about this specific case. But nowadays we stick to actual campsites, and we invite more friends than before. Backpacking alone is out of the question for me. English is not my first language, but I want to tell you about my encounter with the goat walker. I was camping in North Minnesota. It was early winter, which is tame in comparison to my home. I'm with my stepbrother, my stepfather, and Alaska. Alaska is an old dog that I've been having since I was just 5 years old. The day is normal. Alaska is quiet. My stepbrother is loud, and we go fishing. We start to fire and cook. At some point during this, I realize that we don't have any water. My stepfather tells me to go get some water, that there are some wells a mile or two down the trail. So my stepbrother, myself, and my dog Alaska are walking down the trail in the dark. We're far from any town, so the night is very dark, but the sky is looking really beautiful. So anyways, my stepbrother is spoiled. We're about 100 meters from the camp, and he starts saying that he's really tired. So I tell him to just go back. He takes the flashlight and storms off. From here, it's just me and Alaska, old friends from home. A few minutes as we continue walking, we start to hear this weird noise. We think it's an animal. It's not abnormal hearing animals in North Minnesota, obviously, but it seemed to be the wrong animal for these woods. It sounded like there was gravel scraping, and my dog is very nervous, which is pretty strange. My dog is strong-minded, so I get kind of worried too. He doesn't always act like this, as he starts to yip and snarl. Now I figure this must be a weird animal because the dog knows animals well, and also knows their smells. We're also outdoors a lot, so this makes me a little bit more bothered. The rest of the walk is pretty silent, but Alaska keeps stopping and looking back down the trail. I begin to think that my stepbrother is playing tricks on us, but I'm too impatient to play around. So I finally get to the well, and I'm pumping the old lever, and it's making that creaking sound that they do. But then, in the woods I hear a sound like an injured animal. I'm very uneasy now. My dog is now hiding behind me, and this dog is normally super brave, and likes to stand in front and guard me. But this time Alaska is too afraid. So I quickly fill up the jugs and I'm ready to go back. It's very hard to see in the dark because my stepbrother took the flashlight, so all I can use is the light from the sky. It's also very difficult to carry that many jugs of water with only so many hands. As I'm walking, Alaska begins to snarl and whine all over again. But this time, I can now see a figure on the trail ahead. It's not moving, it's just staring into the woods. It's obviously human, but I know Alaska would be eager to meet a stranger. It loves people, so I cough pretty loud so that the figure can hear. And that's when this person speaks. "Oh, you were passing by me earlier, and I didn't see or hear anyone." I stand there for a second, weary because again, I'm sure there was nobody on the trail. I can hear my dog breathing. Then, this weird sound comes from the man. I know this wasn't smart of me, but I decide to ask him where he's staying. And he says, "Oh, I have a tent. It's only a couple of sites from yours." I stand there again, not sure what to say. Then the water sloshes around in the jugs, and the man offers help to carry them. I actually agree, but as he starts walking over to me, there's another weird noise. And Alaska starts barking at this person when he comes over and takes the jug. He's really rough with it, and I also notice that he's all dirty. Like his hands look like he was digging in the mud or something. But I do say thank you, and he says, "Oh, not a problem," and that he's always eager to give help. My dog, on the other hand, is now standing on the other side of me, sniffing the air, and then I notice that it kind of smells like a farm. I don't want to be rude, so I don't ask questions. And I can actually see the campfire light through the trees, so I know we're not that far away. But as we're walking, there's a sudden feeling of anxiety that's overtaking me. I have this desire to tell the man that he doesn't have to come all the way back to camp, and I don't know why I'm having this issue. Never have any problems talking with my family, my boss, or girls, but I can't bring myself to look sideways at this man. But I have the feeling that something is insanely wrong with him. The fire was close enough now to throw a shadow, but I can't see anybody's face, and there's no talking. There's only sound from the fire. I still have this overwhelming fear. It's like the metal from the water, and then the farm smell. It's burning my nostrils. And then I realize that it reminds me of a time when my dad cut himself in the big barn. The smell of it all, and that much blood. I'm still afraid of blood, and I'm just very ill from that memory. That's when I finally turn to look at the man, and I see that his eyes are white all over. I'm taken aback as I yell, and then there's the animal sound again, and my dog barks. The man says, "Why are you screaming?" And he sounds actually afraid. And that's when I realize that he's actually blind. I confess and say that I don't think that he's actually blind, and he just gives this weird creepy laugh and says not to worry about it. And then I hear the animal sound again. But by now, we're in full firelight, and it keeps looking like there's a weird animal just standing behind the man. It's like when you see those videos where there's a spirit that's attached to a person, and it looks like it's almost inside of them or something. And that's when I say, "What's that behind you?" And he says, "Oh, don't worry about that." And that's when I realize that there's something really weird going on. The man then laughs to break the silence, and he hands me the water jug. And that's when he says that he has to go, and just doesn't say anything else. And he kind of hobbles off with this weird gait, off into the woods. A few minutes later, my stepfather and my stepbrother come back from the trees, as they had both gone to use the bathroom. That's the end of my story. I did the best that I could. I thought it was worth it. I know the English was very, very bad in it, and I most likely messed up on some words. So I tried to fix it the best I could to get the point across. So I hope you still enjoyed it. I'm not sure who this man was, or even if he was a man. Maybe he was the devil helping me out. Maybe. I'm not sure. But I know that image of his face still haunts me to this day. Before I start, I want to give a little backstory, and also to apologize in advance for how long it's going to be, as it's my first time telling this. I'm full-blooded Navajo from the res in Arizona. I don't want to give the names of my family, just to avoid any attention on their side. Everything about it is true. And before you write me off as a Starbucks hipster wannabe, understand that this is my first time telling this. It may not be perfect, and if you're easily offended, I suggest that you don't listen. I'm sure you already know what a Skinwalker is. If you don't, I suggest that you do some research, because it would be simply too much to cover in this story. Now, as a Navajo myself, I would recommend reading and asking fellow natives about these topics, or simply looking online from credible native resources. How can a Skinwalker curse you? Notice how I said curse you. There's a reason why you never hear or know about Skinwalkers coming for you at night and eating you alive like some people believe, or simply killing you. Skinwalkers are full of deceit and trickery. They take satisfaction in seeing someone's life full of misery, especially when they themselves are the cause of it. I was cursed for years by a Skinwalker. I didn't know about it at first until I started putting the signs together and looked for help back from the elders in the res. Yes, I lived in the city when this happened. Now hear me out. Skinwalkers don't have to be near you, or you don't simply have to be in the res. Now ask yourself, why is that? Technically, keep in mind, before colonization, everything, everywhere, was the res. Anyways, I'll get to the story on how everything happened, but just bear with me. I gotta give some background on everything. We live in a small house in a little valley, about 15 miles outside of a small town called Sanders. They recently put a dollar store there, so I hear it's up and coming. Just a rinky-dink little gas stop town that isn't too much to look at. Anyways, we didn't have many neighbors, and they weren't like neighbors here in the city. The houses were spread far out, and we barely even communicated with anyone outside of our fence, other than the time when my brothers and sisters and I found the snake in our house, and we had to get it out. And also the few times that we asked to borrow a cup of sugar. There weren't that many other times that we asked our neighbors for anything. There were 5 of us, my 2 sisters and 2 brothers and me. I fell second oldest after my oldest sister. Our mom had become an EMT in Sanders, but despite it being really close, she was gone for days, 2 weeks at a time. We all had different dads. Our current one was our stepdad, but he was the father to our 2 youngest siblings. And, well, the guy was simply not a good person. He served in the army for some time before he met our mom, and actually had 2 other children with another woman before he left her. The rumor was that she caught him beating her babies and left them. I can't say much about when we first met him. I barely even remember. I do remember that he was a police officer, and his dad was in the tribal office. Aside from that, I also remember when everything started. Just a slap here and there for small things at first, followed by my mother, who would scream and yell at him about hurting us. She would tell us to pack our stuff, which we always did very happy, and tell us to get in the car. But it was always the same thing as she was about to go. It was always something that made her go back into the house. I forgot my hair dryer. I forgot this, and I forgot that. And so we would wait in the car for sometimes about 30 minutes, reassuring each other that she would come out. But she wouldn't. He would always kick open the door and scream at us to get back inside, kicking or hitting us as we walked by. I guess I should give some props to my mom. She tries sometimes. There was this one time when we drove about a mile away from my grandma's house. We could see her house, and if we wanted to, we could actually walk there. but I think her pride didn't let her go and ask her parents for help. On that day, we spent the night in the car. There were 2 other times when she drove us about 2.5 hours out to Flagstaff to stay in a shelter for women and children. I remember there was the coolest little play area in there for kids. But after a few days, we would make that horrible drive back to his house, where things would pick up right where they left off. I don't blame my mom. She was dealt with some rough hands. 4 kids and no place to go. After one big fight, something in our mom snapped. Before she told us to pack, we started packing. But something was different. She yelled at us to come inside the living room. We all went in there, and my older sister was holding our baby brother. I was holding my little brother Kyle's hand, and then she screamed at our stepdad. You know what? Fuck it. I'll say his name, mostly because I hate referring to him as Dad in any context. His name was Jimmy, and she said to him, "Is this what you want me to do to my kids?" She grabbed my little brother and yanked him away from me and kicked him. He fell on the floor and crawled behind the fireplace. My sister set my youngest brother, who was just a baby, down to help my other brother, and before she could get there, our mom grabbed her by the hair and threw her across the room. She hit the wall by our front door, and then she grabbed me and started hitting me. She started to reach for my baby brother when my oldest sister ran over to her crying and covering him with her body. And Jimmy was just sitting there, watching as our mom worked away. After that day, it was really hard to imagine that she could keep us safe anymore, and she didn't, and it got worse. From throwing us out in the winter nights with no clothes on, whipping us with a fishing pole rod, beating us with his hands, wires, and the infamous green belt. We got everything, and it was rough. It was only after he broke a couple of my brother's bones when CPS started noticing. But before the interviews, Jimmy always got a chance to talk to us. We had a gate outside our house that had to be manually opened in order for anyone to get in. They would come in a white van. I still remember what it said on the side: Navajo Nation Social Services. Our stepdad would pull us aside as my mom walked out to greet, and I think she would do it to buy time. But who knows? He would always say the same thing: if you tell anyone, they're gonna separate you, and you'll never be able to see each other again. And if you tell anyone, I'll kill you. So of course, as kids, we never said anything. One day, in 3rd grade I believe, he had to take me to school because I couldn't miss any more days, or I would be kicked out. I can't remember why, but he beat me in the car outside of school. And when he opened the door to let me out, he said, "Tell them that you fell." I walked inside and I remember there being a movie playing, so the lights were off, and a heavy TV on one of those black rolly things was in the front of the room. I crawled into my chair and put my head on the desk. That's when I felt somebody touch my shoulder, and I jumped thinking it was him, but it was actually my teacher, Mrs. Grant. She asked me to come outside with her, so I followed her. When she saw my face, I remember she started to cry. I was like, crap, she's crying, and she hugged me. I felt so bad for her, so I hugged her back. And then she asked me, "Who did this to you?" I fell. "Don't lie to me. Tell me who did it." And for some reason, I told her. My dad. She asked why, and I won't ever forget what I told her. Because I deserved it. What she told me next kind of set in stone everything that I had been feeling. No one deserves this. She took me to the nurse and showed me my face. Right there on the entire left side of my face was a perfect handprint. They let me sleep in the nurse's office after they got pictures of my body and bruises. It was embarrassing, and the day passed. When the weekend came, a white van pulled up outside the gate. Of course, it was social services coming to do another interview.
We went through the same speech as always. The lady asked me questions. Did your dad do this to you? No. Your teacher told us you said your dad did this to you. No. I lied to her. I did often wonder if they knew they were making things worse, not better. But I guess I was too young to know that these were the people that could actually save us. Maybe. It was embarrassing. I imagine the reason CPS never came back after that day was because it was hard to believe that two people that were a cop and also an EMT, who are people that save lives, could ever do this to their own children. To clarify, you might be wondering where the rest of our family was at, such as my grandparents. The truth is there were so many fights at their house. At the time everyone lived with my grandparents still. It always ended the same way. Our mom would bring Jimmy over to their house. My uncles and aunts would try to hide us, but they would always find us and take us away. Soon, we just never saw them anymore. And when we did, they didn't want to be around when Jimmy was there. And I don't blame them. Anyways, that was life for the next 13 years. That's all we knew. Our parents were always beating us, and our mom started to be gone for weeks at a time, leaving us at home more often with that guy. My older sister ran away when she turned 18. Verbal, sexual, and physical abuse was all in our house after all that time. When I was 15, I started working at the Grand Canyon. Then, suddenly, I was 18. I got a scholarship to go to school in Denver. I was super excited, but it meant that I was going to have to leave my younger siblings there. By this point, we were all waiting to follow in our sister's footsteps and run the second that we turned 18. I'll be honest, I felt horrible about it because we were all we had. It sounds horrible, and the abuse portion of my life seemed like it was never ending, but I had my siblings there, and it made it easier. Faced with the thoughts of leaving, I felt that I had to show them that we can get out. We can have a life far from this one, and be educated and be happy. So that's what I did. I told my mom this when she was driving. I told her that I had a scholarship to go to school in Denver, and she flipped her shit. She pulled over as we were in the middle of nowhere in Arizona, close to Window Rock, and she started slapping me and screaming that I was gonna run away too. After a few days of giving me the quiet treatment, she said I could go, on the grounds that I never ask her for help again. I kept tabs on the kids while I was gone. I got updates from them, and after 2 years I got my degree. When my second younger brother turned 18, he ran away to my sister's place in St. John's, leaving Jimmy's biological children, my youngest brother and sister, there. My weekly phone calls home consisted of asking my youngest brother if he was hurting them. My youngest brother was the most honest of all of us. He never lied, and when he did, he was horrible at it. So I knew if I asked him over the phone, I would get an honest answer. He told me over the weeks about all the physical abuse and how it got worse. During my Christmas break in '09, when I was 19, my older sister set up a plan to get them out. When we were kids, our parents always told us, if you think you can find someone who can do a better job, then you can live with them. I mean, we had practically been raising the kids already. Now that we're grown, we figure why not give it a shot. I came home and it was actually snowing that day. I know, in the desert. I saw it as an omen, but we ignored it and decided to go with it anyway. But the plan failed. Horribly. So fucking horribly. There was a big fight. I called my mom a cunt. She jumped on me. My sister jumped on her. And my stepdad jumped on my sister. It was crazy. And all of this only got us a restraining order. It sucked. And I get there was a better way to go about it. It is what it is. It happened. The day after the school year ended and I got the email that I received my degree, I was happy. I was getting ready for work when I got a phone call from my older sister. Something bad happened. Something real bad. Tell me. And my sister said, he's dead. They found him dead. I just got the call from Mom. After explaining that she was driving over to Middle Wells from St. John's, To see what was happening, she hung up. My stepfather died. I was upset. I was mad. I'm not sure why, but I was angrier than I had ever been in my life. I felt like he had gotten off too easily. I wanted to go back someday and rub it in his face. Like, you see me, I became something great without your fucking help. After throwing a fit, I calmed down and picked up my bag. Most likely a heart attack, I thought. I got another call on my way driving to work. It was my sister again. Hey, this is real bad. She sounded really sad. What's going on? I asked. They think that he did it. Our youngest brother. Our stepdad used to be a guy that would get in our face during a beating. He wanted you to stand right in front of him. He would point at the space right in front of his feet and say, stand right there and don't you fucking move. He would fake to hit us, and if you flinch, he would beat you and tell you to stand in front of him again, repeating the process until you took a hit without flinching. After he did this, he would bring his face right in front of us, and he would tell us, are you gonna fucking do something about it? If you think you're strong enough, I dare you to do something about it. And he would go on and on. In my mind, this is exactly how it went down between him and my younger brother. All I know was that he was shot twice in the head while he was sleeping, with one of his many guns that he used to spend hours of the day cleaning. Jamie and our mom got in a big fight one day, and she kicked him out of her room. He started sleeping in the living room, on the floor in his Green Army sleeping bag, for the last 8 years. When I got to the house the next morning, there was a lot of people surrounding it. My mom was sitting outside in the dirt. Her face looked white and sickly. I felt bad for her, but I ran to my youngest sister and held her for a while. Her arms were cold, and she was confused. I asked the police officers, why don't you have her covered? She is just a kid. I was angry. They quietly told me they were sorry, and that I could go inside and get her a jacket if I wanted to. I walked quickly inside, and the feeling that washed over me was scary. It was sudden, cold, and I felt a little panic. I looked over to where he slept, and there were people cutting out a large piece of the carpet that was stained a dark maroon color, and they started stuffing it into a large black bag. There were other bags too, and one of them I saw his green sleeping bag sticking out with the same red on it. I felt sick and ran into the room that I shared with my brothers and sisters. I snagged her jacket and hurried out the door. I was the only one from the family to go inside the house that day. I was shaken, but I still had to be strong for my kid sister. Our brother had been taken away to Flagstaff about 2.5 hours away to be locked up. They later found that he acted in self-defense, and with some evidence, the entire trial was kept quiet, even to the family. There was a lot of heat that came from our stepdad's side of the family. They all wanted answers and no one was saying anything. We weren't even allowed to be at his funeral. A couple of months passed and I was back in Denver. My brother was in a halfway house. We didn't charge him as an adult, and my younger sister and mother moved out of the home to a place up in the mountains. Things seemed like they were starting to calm down. It was maybe a little after midnight when I got home. I had just gotten off a double shift from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. and I was very tired. I had just moved into a new apartment with my best friend Adrian. We both worked in the same job, and with our schedules we barely even saw each other. A lot of my stuff hadn't been moved over from my old place yet. I had only brought my mattress, a lamp, and my cat, who I named Eddie. I got home from work, kicked off my non-slip shoes, peeled off my jacket and just passed out. It was only 2 hours after I fell asleep when I heard something. I opened my eyes and I could see my room door, but underneath the door, I saw the light on. There was a sound, a low growling, and I sat up. I saw my cat Eddie in the corner of the room opposite of me. His tail was poofed out like a mini Christmas tree, and he wedged himself as far into the corner as he could. His head was low as he growled and hissed. I was still shaking off the sleepiness when I asked him what was wrong. Then, I'm not kidding, my door started shaking. I looked at the door thinking it was my friend Adrian, just getting off of work. I grabbed my phone and looked at it. It was almost 3. Dude, fucking knock. I said loud enough that I hope he heard me, but I was still weirded out by my cat. He never acted like this, and the door just kept shaking. I was sitting up on my mattress, so I stood to my feet, thinking that my roommate had come home and wanted to get some early breakfast again. I walked to the door and I looked back at Eddie, wondering what was wrong with him, and getting slightly annoyed at Adrian for shaking the damn door. Dude, I said fucking knock. I said angry as I flung open the door. There was no one there. That's when I got fucking paranoid. My roommate was like me. He slept with his door closed, and he would even lock his door. I looked down the hall, and his door was wide open, and his room was fucking dark. I still had my phone in my hand when I pulled up his number and called him. Hey, what's up? Hey dude, where the fuck are you? I'm still at work. I'll be off in a couple of hours if you want to go grab something for breakfast. I hung up the phone and said, fuck this. I grabbed my cat and ran outside. I sat watching the door of my apartment. We lived on the 2nd floor, with the entrance of the garage right under our balcony, so it was really like living on the 3rd floor. I watched the door. There was a little sit-down place where people could walk their dogs, and from there, I could see my place pretty well. I sat there debating on whether or not I should call the police. It was when the sky started to change colors, when I got the courage to walk back inside. I did call Adrian just to tell him what was going on, you know, just in case. I walked into my apartment and replayed the incident in my mind. I checked the balcony. It was still locked from the night before. The 2 windows in the apartment were both firmly shut. I sat in our living room trying to work out what just happened, but I couldn't come up with an explanation. I wrote it off and tried to put it behind me, but that day I kept thinking about it. I remember seeing the lights under the door, but no shadow of a person on the other side. It was just too fucking weird. During this time I put it behind me and just focused on work. When the night drew near, I started to get anxious. Next thing I knew, I was back in my room, fidgeting, and for some reason, I was fucking scared to go to sleep. Adrian was working that night, but I told him what was happening. A few small things happened in my room before this incident, so it wasn't too crazy for him to believe. He just joked that my room was haunted, but that didn't really ease my jitters. I guess my best friend is an asshole. What can I say? But that night, I experienced something scarier than the night before. I was laying in bed when I had this sensation that someone opened up my room door. My back was to the door, and I felt like someone was in the room with me. It was the scariest feeling ever. My eyes couldn't open, and my body couldn't move. And I remember thinking, it's him. Jimmy is here. He's here to fucking hurt me. Memories of those nights when he snuck into my older sister's room made me feel like I was gonna die. I tried to will my body to move, or my mouth to open and scream, but all I was able to do was a small gurgle, and my body stayed stiff. I finally snapped out of it and started fucking screaming. I scrambled for my small lamp and turned it on. The little light sent off a little bit of light, but it was enough. My cat Eddie was there with me. When I started crying and tried to catch my breath, I hadn't been breathing the entire time. I told myself, calm down, you're okay. He's not here. He's dead, and he cannot hurt you, or anyone. I told myself this after every time it happened, which was damn fucking near every night. Most times, I could feel it coming on hours before I even went to bed. I changed my sleeping habits. I stayed awake all night thinking it wouldn't happen during the day, or if I slept on the couch, maybe it wouldn't happen. but it still did. I worked all day, and soon I was a certified insomniac with sleep paralysis. Almost 2 years passed like this, and I'm not kidding. I was living in a nightmare. I couldn't wake up from it, and it was anxious and stressful. Think about living your childhood trauma all over again, every single night, in your dreams. In 2010, my cousin was graduating high school. I wanted to go back to show her support, so I made a trip back to the res. The night of the graduation, I had all my younger cousins around me, and they wanted to hear a scary story. I told them I didn't have any, but they begged and begged, and so I finally told them what was happening to me. When I was done, they were scared, but a voice from behind me said something and made us jump. It was my aunt. "Come outside with me. I want to talk to you." I followed her thinking I was going to get chewed out for scaring her daughters. When we got outside, she pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and pulled it in a long drag. When the cloud of smoke hit the air, she told me to sit down. I did, and she said, "That story you told, is it really happening?" I nodded, and I told her it's been happening for about 2 years now. She took another drag, then told me that she knew what I was going through, and that it was happening to my older sister too. I was surprised. My sister hadn't mentioned anything to me. These things that are going on with you, you need help. And I think that's why you came back. We all stayed the night at my aunt's itty-bitty trailer, and we all claimed the living room to sleep in. I had my 2 youngest cousins next to me on the floor, my other cousins on one couch, my aunt on the other couch, and one of my cousin's boyfriends on the other side of the couch. Everyone was having no problem sleeping, but I was on the floor looking up at the ceiling. All the shadows in the room were freaking me out, and I was getting super paranoid. Finally, I figured if I washed my face, I could calm down a bit. I stood up and started walking to the hallway, and about died when I ran smack into my grandpa. His hair was a jet black mess. I always thought his hair was always black, but later found out that my grandma dyed it for him. He looked very surprised as I was. "Why aren't you asleep?" I didn't know how to tell him that I was afraid and that I couldn't sleep, so I just asked, "Grandpa, I need help. Can you pray for me?" All he said was, "What?" He wasn't wearing his hearing aid. "Can you pray for me?" I asked a little bit louder with a smile, because my grandpa is silly. Yeah, he said, and he motioned for me to follow him into my cousin's room, where he was staying the night. We sat down on our bed. He had brought his box with him to bless my cousin earlier that day. Inside were his eagle feather fans, and other things like cedar, corn pollen, a small crystal, and paper and mountain smoke and other knickknacks. My grandpa speaks mostly Navajo and prays only in Navajo. When he started, I felt a little at ease. He was less than 30 seconds in when there was a loud bang outside my cousin's room window. My grandpa jumped and looked at me. I was scared, and he continued with the prayer. There was another loud banging noise followed by what sounded like someone running away from the house. I was freaked out, and judging by the look on my grandpa's face, it wasn't something new to him, and I knew it wasn't. Maybe in later stories I'll share what I'm talking about. After finishing his prayer, he told me to sleep. That night, nothing happened, but when I woke up, all my cousins were gone, and the sun was shining brightly outside. They all went to the canyon without me. I heard my grandma and my aunts talking. I sat up and my grandpa had a cup of coffee, and they were all sitting at the kitchen table. They stopped talking when they saw me sit up. "Hey, come here." I stood up and walked over to all the elders. "Grandpa told us what happened last night," my grandma said, her hands folded around her cup. "How long has this been going on?" I explained to them the first time and how it's happened since then. I told him I saw a doctor and he prescribed me medication. And with that comment, my grandma laughed. We handle it differently. We think you've been cursed. Grandpa heard again a droshi outside last night during your prayer. And we want to help. You need to come home with us to see Ninja Turtle. My medicine man and I have a history together. When I was a kid, I was almost killed by an asthma attack and spent a good portion of my early life in and out of hospitals. Finally, my mom brought me to him to get the traditional treatment. The first time I saw him, he was outside his hogan, and I was fresh outside of the hospital already sick. Close to 5 years of age at that time. He smiled at me, and I called him Ninja Turtle because he wore a bandana on his forehead, and I was a huge fan of the Ninja Turtles. He had been treating me in the traditional Navajo ceremony way for years before we moved into Jimmy's house. Then, I never saw him again. You need to come home with us to see Ninja Turtle. The thought of seeing him again, being much older, I was raised to follow our traditions and customs, but now that I was much older and living in the city, the idea seemed crazy to me. I was cursed. A Skinwalker following me in the city? I need to see a medicine man. It sounded so surreal, but at this point, I was willing to try anything. I told my aunt that I was going to go back with them. A 2.5-hour drive back across I-40, and I was at my hometown. I made the drive with my cousins, my aunt, and my grandpa. That afternoon, we met Ninja Turtle. He was the same as I remember him, just a little bit shorter. He asked me lots of questions while eating his bread and his stew. His wife sat in their living room. They live without modern needs. No TV, nothing. Just a tiny table where they eat their meals, and a bed and a loom for her rug making. He told my aunt, my grandma, and I to come back before the sunset the next day, and he was going to get everything ready, explaining the things that we needed to bring for him. On the way over, I noticed my grandma fidgeting. I asked her what was wrong, and she told me that this was big, and that it was something she had never seen him do before, which is big itself, because my grandma had been seeing him for many years. There was talk that he might need to perform a sand painting ceremony that can actually last for about 4 days straight if it was serious enough. I was worried about what might happen, but we got there before the night came, armed with the few things he asked me to bring. He performed an enemy way ceremony for me. Because of the sacredness of the ceremony, I can't say what happened in there. I know that after the feeling I got during the final blessing, I was out in the middle of the desert with Ninja Turtle by my side. My body was covered in ashes from the fireplace, a moon high above us in the still desert. My spirit and my mind finally felt like they were at peace. He later told me it was the spirit of my stepfather that was causing everything, but now he had let go of me. The details of the nightmares and what happened to me are still fresh in my memory, but I can honestly say I'm happy now. And after that night, I've been sleeping well. An update on my life. I met someone and we got married. We had a traditional Navajo ceremony. My grandma passed away 4 days after our marriage. We had a baby boy and another baby on the way. On some nights, it's very rare, but I'll get a panic feeling, but never the nightmares. I think it might just be fear. My siblings are all doing fine. My kid brother wants to join the Marines. He just got off probation. My younger sister is still living with our mom, and sadly, doesn't want to see us. But my 2 other siblings are doing good. We are just living our lives. I haven't been back to our old home, or even where Jimmy was buried. I doubt anyone is living there, but who knows? I actually ran into my 3rd grade teacher. I hugged her, and she remembered me. Let me expand on the original story, as I'm getting a lot of questions about everything that happened. Well, it took me a while for me to get to the point of being happy like I am now. And yes, that's a constant saying my older sister and I say to the kids as well. Breaking the cycle. If anything, our parents taught us what not to do, and out of everything, we all were close and stuck by each other. It was tough, and while we dealt with the abuse, we had loads of fun times on our own. There were good times as well. The bad just outweighed everything. We were just trying to be good people no matter the situation. So, I mentioned that they didn't allow us to go to his burial. Well, not in the traditional way. My mom had buried some of his bloody clothes around our land. That was a big no-no. Sometimes, when spirits are upset about being disrespected or not having a proper burial, they can latch on to those around him. This is what the medicine man said it was, and because of a restless spirit, he latched on to me and my sister. My younger siblings weren't affected because right after they did a cleansing, where you walk around a fire of burning cedar and leave whatever is there. We had to leave early, so that's when he latched, apparently. And yeah, my sister got treated early on. And because it was early on, it wasn't as bad as my experience was. Mine was festering for 2 years, and it got stronger because these things build off your fears. This is why older Navajos say to chase things off, if you ever come across them. Anyways, my sister also lived on the res, as I was living about a day's drive away. She still won't tell me about the things that she experienced, but there were things going on around my apartment that were unexplained. Lights going on and off, when I was the only one in the room. I once came home and my roommate was talking to my door. From our front door you could see my room door. So I walked in one day and I heard him say, "Well, fine." I was like, "Who are you talking to?" He jumped and saw me, then walked into my room. I was like, "What are you doing?" And he swore that he was just talking to me. Just stuff like that. Seeing stuff at the corner of my eyes. And of course, the nightmares. As far as one of the main questions that I'm getting, well, when a person is cursed, sometimes there is something evil that follows them. Most of the time it takes a form in a skinwalker. We just don't really talk about them because it's taboo. Oftentimes the skinwalker will latch onto you until harm comes to you. I almost been hit by cars, got into an accident, and witnessed Navajo omens in the middle of the city. Like seeing coyotes walk right in front of me, seeing some owls, stuff like that. It wasn't too unbelievable that a skinwalker was following me. I just always assumed it was stuff that happened only on the res. And I never mentioned it to my family because I didn't want them to worry. I mean, they already had enough to deal with. Like, for example, I saw Ninja Turtle find out things without any mention. I did tell him what I thought was bothering me, but there have been many times. Like my aunt, for instance, she once had someone curse her and her boyfriend. They ended up calling Ninja Turtle when she got into a car accident, and her man went literally crazy. He claimed that his dead best friend was following him, dragging chains and trying to get into his home at night. It had just snowed when they had their accident, and Ninja Turtle walked out into the snow with my aunt and told her to dig into a specific spot. Inside the hole she dug was a bone with her hair wrapped around it, and a piece of her boyfriend's clothes. So taking that into account, and all the other times he's come to help, maybe in another video I'll tell you all about how skinwalkers use these items to put a curse on you. Alright, so this happened after we moved into our new place. Always be careful of the places you move into. It's one thing I learned after what happened to my family. We moved into this place which was like a duplex. How it started was with my little one hearing growling in his room. He would come tell me, I found that strange and thought that maybe it was just his TV was left on. As time went by, I started to wake up with bruises and scratches. They would always be in threes. We would also sometimes see shadows. One morning, my husband saw someone go into the washroom. He thought it was one of our girls, so he waited at the kitchen table for them to come out. He heard water running for the longest time and no one came out. So he got up and no one was in the washroom, but the sink was running. Another thing we noticed was that all my children's behaviors slowly started to change. My older one started to become angry, and my second would stay in her room and became closed off. And my youngest would say that she saw a little boy playing in our living room. One night, when my husband was gone, I was in my room. All of a sudden, I heard banging in our kitchen, so I got up to look. All our drawers and cupboard doors were open, so naturally, I closed them and had this eerie feeling like someone was watching, especially coming from the staircase coming up to our kitchen. It started off with things like that, and also banging on our door, which no one was ever there when we would look out the window to see who it might be. Things gradually got worse. One morning, my husband and I were getting ready. He was sitting at the edge of the bed when I looked. It was like he got pushed off the bed onto the floor. He looked like he was having some sort of seizure or something. I went to him. He looked at me. He said he felt like somebody had pushed him, and that something had him, and had a hard time fighting to let him go. The next morning we were getting ready again. He went to the washroom. I was in the room digging in the drawer. I saw someone standing at our bedroom door. I was looking up, about to say something because I thought it was my husband, and no one was there. He was still in the washroom. I brushed it off, and he came back. I closed the drawer, got up, went to the washroom, did my thing, and came back. My husband then tells me that after I left, the drawer opened after I shut it. I then told him I saw something standing at the bedroom door when he was in the washroom. After that, he would sometimes say that he was starting to feel like he was going to pass out. There were times when I had to hold him up. It was like the same thing was going to happen, like when he got pushed off the bed in our room. Then one day, we were going up the stairs just getting home. He was behind me talking, and then he just got quiet. I didn't hear him talking behind me anymore, so I turned around, and he was hunched over by the window, not moving. I walked back down the stairs, calling his name, but he wasn't moving at all. I held his face in my hands and looked at him, saying his name, asking if he was okay. He opened his eyes, and they were all white. I just hugged him and said his name over and over. I kept asking if he was okay. Then he said, "What happened?" I told him, and he simply said, "Let's go upstairs." We went to sit at the table and talked about what happened. He said he just remembered following me up the stairs talking, but that was it. I told him I didn't like what was happening, especially to him, and I wanted to get to the bottom of it. So I did some phone calls and texting around. I got a medicine person to come to our place the next day to bless our place and doctor my husband. This is when it was confirmed we had something in our place, and she said I left when she started praying and smudging. After that, our home felt better. We also had the church come pray from room to room, and as they were leaving, our neighbors downstairs got them to pray for them in their place, because apparently weird things were happening there as well. Things went okay for the next few days. We went about our business. We were coming home. We went upstairs, then went out for fresh air. And as we were standing by the door talking, my husband said, "All right, let's go upstairs." So we were going up again, and I didn't hear him coming behind me. I looked back, and he was standing by the door this time, with his head down. I then said, "Are you okay?" He didn't answer me, so I kept asking him. Then I was standing in front of him, talking to him, and hugged him again, asking him, "Are you okay? Talk to me." That's when he looked up, and his eyes were all white again. Except this time, there was an evil smirk on his face. So I started yelling for my young adult son, who was upstairs. He wasn't answering or coming, but my youngest son heard me. I then told him to go get his big brother. So he then came, and I told him, go get my bundle. So he did. He came and ran it down to me. I pulled out my rattle, and I started shaking it on my husband's chest, telling the thing that was inside my husband to leave. That's when it started coming towards me closer. So I started walking up the stairs backwards, and I kept saying, get out of his body. Then it laughed at me, and it was also saying something, but its voice was so low, I couldn't hear it. And thank God that I couldn't, because I wouldn't want to know what it said. It grabbed my rattle. It tried breaking it. I was scared, but at the same time, I didn't want to show it. I could tell it got angry. It grabbed my rattle and started doing what I was doing, almost mocking me. So I put my face right in front of him, and I told him, this is my home, my house, and you are not welcome here, and I'm not scared of you. And I yelled for it to leave us alone. Then, that's when it turned around real fast and went running out of the house. I was so worried about my husband that I went running out trying to find him, but it was like he vanished. I then called a friend. I told her what happened, and she came over right away. Then my husband called. He said he didn't know where he was at, and then he noticed he was on Selkirk Avenue, and that he was throwing up like crazy. We went back and packed up our kids and some of our things. We left to stay in a hotel. The next day we got someone to come again to smudge and pray again. But this time, she said it was going to stay away for a while, but it was just going to come back again. Then she started asking if we found any sand or bells whenever we first moved in. My husband said that he had found a bell. She then told us someone who was there before us had used black magic, and because of the things surrounding the place, it was just going to keep coming back. We were also told there were portals in my daughter's bedroom closet, and in our closet, and in the stairs where that thing kept jumping into my husband. So we packed up and left to stay in a hotel and started looking for a different place. But we had noticed my husband was starting to get sick again. And so we went to go see our pastor. Him and some of the elders performed a blessing, praying. Just as I pulled out my rattles, that's when he looked at me with the most evil eyes. The pastor then told me to move away from my husband, and as I did so, his eyes stayed on me, looking at me full of hate, without taking its eyes off of me. We then all started to pray. Our pastor started to pray his way, and my daughter and I with my rattles. As we started, my husband started getting sick, throwing up to the point that he fell over and started shaking like he was having a seizure again. Once we were done, he said he felt lighter and at peace. Later on, I also smudged him. I fanned him down and said a prayer. Never in a million years have I ever thought anything like this could happen to our family. And this stuff is real, not only just something that you see in the movie. I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback about native medicine working better than church medicine, since they say that it doesn't heal true natives. However, I do want to say that both ways were done, as I was raised the traditional way. There was no way of getting rid of whatever this thing was. As we were told by the medicine lady, witchcraft is white man medicine. This is why we chose to do both ways, and it's healed my family just fine. We are native. Besides, she also said that we don't know where the evil originated from, so it was best to have both done, just to make sure that everything went back to normal. There is a little more to our story, and I'll save that for another time. I'm just happy my family is okay now, and safe.
I live in Idaho, about 5 miles from a res. Growing up, we heard all sorts of stories and legends surrounding the reservation. I have to admit, I didn't really believe when it came to the things we heard. My best friend and I have always been drawn to the paranormal. Back when we were about 16 or 17, we decided we would go for drives on the res at night. I know one of the rules of the res is to never go out at night. But again, I didn't really believe in these things. So anyways, the area that we live in has a very close community, and our little town has just over 10,000 people. We basically have no crime, and everyone feels pretty safe. So driving around at night is no big deal. So we would go on these drives fairly often, with no experiences to note. But one day, we heard a story from someone at school about an abandoned schoolhouse on the other side of the res. Just passing the schoolhouse, there was a small bridge that went over a large farming canal. The story was if you drove to the bridge and turned your vehicle off, you could hear water babies. If you don't know what water babies are, there are many different stories and legends coming from Native American culture. I would advise you to go look them up. I mean, don't tell me you thought Skinwalkers was the only paranormal thing around Native American culture. So anyways, we decided that was going to be our next driving destination. None of us had ever heard a water baby cry, so of course we were interested. That night, after dark, we jumped in my car and started driving out there. The closer we got to the schoolhouse, I did start to feel a little bit uneasy. We drove past the building that was supposedly the schoolhouse and stopped on the bridge. I cut the lights and killed the engine. Silence. There was no sound, except for the rushing water below the bridge. We sat there for what felt like forever, but only about 4 or 5 minutes had gone by. We heard nothing but the water. And so of course we started joking about the story being fake and decided that it was a bust and to just go home now. The keys were still in the ignition, so I started the car, but nothing. The dash lights lit up, but it just wouldn't turn over. I never had any issues with my car before this. I tried a couple of more times while talking with my friend, not wanting to freak her out. But after the third time of trying to start it up, I turned to her and said, I don't want to freak you out or anything, but my car won't start. Her eyes grew wide and she responded with, tell me you're joking. I wish I had been. We sat there for a minute just staring at each other, not knowing what to do. If we called my mom, there would definitely be some ass chewing for being out on the res so late, especially at night. So instead, we chose to call one of our friends that had a truck. If the battery was just dead, he could give us a jump. If not, he could tow us back to town. So we called and waited. Sitting in the middle of the bridge in my dead car, frustrated from the lack of experience and car troubles, we just wanted to go home now. But that's when I saw it. It's a well-known fact that the reservation has packs of wild dogs that roam around killing livestock. And there have been a few instances of them attacking kids and even putting them in the hospital. But this was no dog. I've seen all types of wolves and coyotes, but there was no way in hell this thing was either of those. It was skeletal, like a malnutrition animal, and it was walking on all fours, slow and low to the ground. It was walking along the canal towards the bridge. I smacked my friend, making her turn to look and see what I was staring at. We both stare in disbelief at this creature, slowly coming towards us. I honked the horn. At least that was still working. But this is where things got really weird. This thing stood up on 2 legs, arms limping at its sides. I kid you not, I fucking screamed. I had never seen anything like this in my whole life. It stood between 8 and 9 feet tall and was staring right at us. It then took a couple more steps towards us. Me and my friend were frozen. We were trapped in my car that wouldn't even start. As it slowly started walking and getting closer,
That's when headlights appeared in the distance. As the lights came closer, the creature dropped back to all fours and took off for the hills, where I assume it came from. Our friend pulled up to help us, and both my creeped out friend and I kept quiet about what we just saw. He walked up to the car, and I rolled my window down. He suggested that we push the car off the bridge to the side of the road and pop the hood. So I threw it in neutral and got it to the side of the road. My friend asked me to pop the hood and try to start the car. So I did. The damn car started right up. I don't even know what caused it to not start before. But that night, I had an experience I'll never forget. I don't go out on the res anymore at night. I learned my lesson. And I would rather not see whatever it was that night, that creature, again. As a native man myself, I can tell you there's a bunch of native paranormal stories that you have no clue about. Most people only know about skinwalkers, but even those themselves, we've seen what the internet and ignorant people do when they take something like this and just spread it around. First of all, a skinwalker is not a creature. They're actually medicine men, but maybe I'll give you some background on that another day. However, the main reason you hear a lot more about skinwalkers than anything else is because some of us don't have the same access to the internet as others in the res do, simply because of the city internet companies. The companies tax the shit out of the internet, so it's not even worth it most of the time, unless you have a great income or quite a few people on the bill. But even if a native person does have internet, they most likely don't use the internet like everybody else does. They don't spend their time on Facebook, Reddit, or even YouTube. However, that's been my experience with family and friends. In our culture, when it comes to these paranormal stories, it's almost stories that have been told verbally, in person. So when someone in our tribe died, unless someone remembered their stories and passed them on, their stories died as well. Now, even if all the stars align, and a native does retell the story, and has access to the internet, has access to all of social media, most natives simply don't want to post their stories, because even their own family and friends don't believe them, even if they have a few witnesses. You know, like most people wouldn't believe a half goat, half man, or little people, water babies, all the different ceremonies and their uses. So instead of risking the quote-unquote explanations and embarrassment, some of us just keep it on the inside until we meet another native that we can trust enough to not be judged. And so we exchange stories without a worry, because, you know, they've seen similar things on their reservations. Hell, I even heard people pleading that no one should tell anyone anything, because you can tell the wrong person something, and you might even bring a curse onto yourself or your own family. Hopefully now you know why there isn't that many stories. You simply gotta become friends with a native well enough to hear a first-hand account of these paranormal stories. Why do you think the stories that you do find online usually begin with, "I have a friend who is native who told me this," or "My native friend wants me to post this on here"? I do have a story to share, don't worry. It won't bring a curse on you, nor will it have a skinwalker knocking at your window tonight. But it's one that I share with everybody. So here it goes. This is about an old native ghost sighting. Back when I was young, I was getting ready for bed, when out of nowhere, my cousin shows up in a panic asking for my dad. He starts saying that he needs to be smudged. Being smudged is where we light some sweet grass, kind of sacred, and we pray while you pat the smoke all over your body. Anyways, we do this, and he starts telling us what happened. Remember, it's about 10 p.m. or later. I was already in bed ready to sleep when all of this went down, so of course it woke everyone up. He said he was driving down the road going home from a friend's house. when he was about to drive past the massacre spot. Well, the massacre spot is a monument going around this corner not far from my house. At the monument are 8 or more graves along with a big stone shrine type of thing. And about 40 meters from there is another special cross where the priest was killed. I know the whole story, but I'm just giving you a little bit of details. So yeah, a massacre happened, and it's a creepy old dirt road with nothing else. We drive by it daily depending on where you're going. The place is creepy to me, and I try to stay away from it at night. Anyways, back to the story. He said he was driving past it when he started feeling nervous and scared. He said right as he was passing the monument, he looked over to his empty passenger seat, except this time, there was an old Native American sitting with him in full Native gear, not saying anything, just staring at him. My cousin is a huge wuss, so he immediately pulled into our house. He didn't even look in his mirrors. He said he was too scared to look. Now, what makes me believe him is he straight out refused to drive home and asked to spend the night and sleep with someone in the house, which was me. As we were going to sleep, he even asked me to close my closet, which kind of scared me, and it also made me think that my great-grandpa was probably creeping on me through my closet. Now, when something happens to someone, you can feel and see the fear and panic in them. And that night, he was scared shitless, and it kind of scared me. But what really scared me and made me believe everything was that night as we were going to sleep, I could hear my dad in the living room talking with my mom. I don't know what they were talking about, but they stayed up pretty late, singing songs. And the next morning, a medicine man came by, and he started blessing our home, and he even told my cousin that he needed to get rid of the car. Yeah, I know this story wasn't about a skinwalker, but I'm sharing this with you to let you all know that there is another side of Native culture within the paranormal side of things, aside from the Americanized skinwalker stories. And with this, I would advise you to never drive through a res at night.
I'm from the First Nations from Canada. On the res, traditional beliefs and legends of the paranormal are still a big part of our community. The paranormal is part of life. We know there's a spirit world, and we know that sometimes these things can come over to our side and maybe even live among us. Anyways, here's the story. It was around the fall of 2011. I was 16 years old, and I was living in the city near the res with my mom. Every weekend, we would go back home to the res to see my dad and my little brother. On Friday, during the drive back home, I got a text from a friend of mine. There was a party that night, and she wanted to know when I would be home so that she could come pick me up. I gave her a time, and she told me she would swing by. My mom and I get home, and as soon as we step inside the house, we see my dad and my cousin sitting at the kitchen table, drinking some beers. They're actually both cops on the res, and beers on a Friday evening means that they had a tough week at work. Normally, the toughest cases to deal with are child abuse, and sometimes other darker things, so a part of me feels sad upon seeing them. They both look very tired and drained, but they're happy to see us. We say our greetings, catch up a little, and my dad then starts asking me if I have any plans. I mention the party, and I tell him where it's gonna be. He and my cousin share a weird look. He says, I don't know if we should say it, while looking at my dad. He laughed, and they decided that I should most likely know what's been going on, since I'll be going to a house that's pretty deep in the woods later that evening. They start with the first strange call that they got on Monday night. An older woman called saying that there were people outside of her house, knocking on all of her windows. But she said that she couldn't see anybody. There must have been at least 3 people, judging by all the different locations of the knocking. They arrive at the woman's home, inspect all around the house, and even check the woods, but nothing comes up. They tell her that's most likely just some teenagers playing tricks on her, and that there isn't much else they can do besides patrol around the area in case they come back. On Wednesday night, the same woman calls again with the same issue. She said people were knocking on all her windows again. It had rained that day, and there was mud and dirt all around this woman's home. So they figured at the very least they'll find footprints, but they couldn't find anything. This is when I started feeling like something was very off, because there were huge patches of mud everywhere. They thought maybe the woman was just lying for attention, but they told her the same thing they told her a few nights ago. By Thursday night, even though everyone on the rest was talking, it turns out that this woman wasn't the only one experiencing the knocking. She was just the only one to call the police. People were linking it to supernatural causes, but my dad was still sure it was just a group of teens pranking people. But then they got another call from the same woman for the same reason. They rushed over there and were met with the same situation, except this time, the woman's neighbor walked over looking pale as a ghost. He said, "Is this about the knocking?" He was looking very shaky, and they said, "Did you see something?" He nodded and said, "You guys are gonna think that I'm crazy." He goes on to explain that he just stepped outside for a cigarette on his front porch when he heard the knocking. He looked around and saw something by the old woman's house. There was a black figure standing outside her window, looking inside of her home. He said it looked like a person, but completely made out of shadow, and he could tell it was solid, but there were no features on it. He stared at it completely in shock and watched as the thing knocked a couple of times and then darted around the house, knocking on every single window. He said it moved too fast to be a human. He said it went around the house a few times. Then it ran across the road into the tree line, specifically behind one tree, as though it was hiding. The man was frozen, but he couldn't look away. The black shadow then leaned out from behind a tree and now stared directly at him with yellow eyes that reflected light like those of a cat. And then it smiled, showing small pointed teeth. The guy then said, "Fucking shit in my pants." He tried to joke, but his voice was very much still in shock. My dad didn't know what to make of this, but after checking the old woman and finding her alright, even though she was shaken, he told them they would keep an eye on things and just to put it out of their minds, try not to think about it. So jumping ahead till Friday, by this point, everyone's got their own story. In addition to numerous people experiencing the same knocking, there were also quite a few more sightings, and everyone described the thing exactly the same way. To my dad, one woman was taking her trash bin to the road when she thought she saw someone from the corner of her eye standing near the trees. As she walked back up the driveway to her home, she felt like somebody was watching her. Right before she was about to open the door to go back inside, she looked back and saw the two reflective yellow eyes watching her from the trees. She then said that they were about 5 feet off the ground. Another couple was driving at night, and they saw a humanoid figure standing in the middle of the road. As they got closer, they slowed down, and it turned around to face them. They saw the figure had the same reflective yellow eyes and the sharp pointed teeth as it smiled at them. They stopped the car, too afraid to get any closer to it until they decided they should just speed past it. The road was very narrow, and the figure was only a few feet away as they drove by it. They said it was maintaining eye contact with them the whole time. My father then asked me if I was still planning on going. What a coincidence. My friends were already pulling into the driveway just as he had finished. So I gave my family hugs and kisses and said goodbye. They told me to be careful, but I wasn't too concerned. Even though a common belief among us native people is that negative energy attracts negative energy. So an evil spirit will be drawn to people with unresolved issues. But if you're someone who is spiritual, self-aware, and basically a good person, that itself can protect you. So I get to the party, and within 20 minutes, the conversation started about all the paranormal experiences that people have been having. I'm really curious about what everyone has to say, because they all have stories that I haven't heard yet. But my friend couldn't hold her alcohol very well. We were 16, after all, and she was crying. And I was trying to make her feel better while listening to everyone's stories. One of the people at the party was related to the smoking man that my father first talked about. The one who first described the shadow thing that darted into the trees. This person told us that the experience shook the smoking man up so much that he had to get his entire home smudged. Smudging is something our people do when we're looking for extra protection against the paranormal. This man also went to visit a few elders around the community, asking for advice, or if they knew what the hell was going on. It's commonly said on the res that paranormal experiences don't happen as often as they used to. If you talk to the elders, they have endless stories, and even more advice about how to protect yourself compared to younger generations. Anyways, the man had gone to visit some of the elders, and one of them had explained that the shadow thing that everyone was seeing was evidence that somebody had done a forbidden shaking tent ceremony. If you don't know what that is, you can look it up more in detail. But it's basically, and I'm going to generalize here, sort of like a Ouija board session, but it takes place inside of a tent. People stand around the tent while the medicine man goes inside and starts to ask questions. The tent begins to shake, and you can hear the voices of spirits coming through. I have never personally been to a shaking tent ceremony because we haven't had a good enough reason to make one. Our ancestors used them when they were starving and in the dead of winter and needed to know where the nearest food source was. My mom's been to one, and her stories are crazy. She described multiple voices, men and women, all speaking the native tongue. She said they were very upset that the people were doing a shaking tent ceremony, since they weren't yet on the verge of death. The people tried to explain that they were only doing the ceremony to prove that it was real. This was at a time when people felt like we were losing our culture as a result of the residential schools, but the explanations didn't help. The spirits were angry about this, saying that the bridge between the two worlds should never be opened unless absolutely necessary, because you don't know who you're communicating with. It could be good spirits, but it could also be evil. It might be ancestors, but you just never know. Anyways, back to the smoking man. The elders told him that the shadow thing with yellow eyes that everyone was hearing and seeing was the spirit. It crossed over into our side because of a shaking tent ceremony. Someone on the res had been doing them without the consultation of the elders. At this point, two of the most drunk dudes at the party started saying disrespectful things about this shadow person, trying to act all tough. Most of us were looking at each other like, why would you disrespect an evil spirit? That's exactly how you attract them to you. That's when I went back to console my drunk crying friend. As I was with her, I noticed that the rocking chair outside on the porch was rocking back and forth by itself. I quickly looked away, refusing to make direct eye contact, but I could still see it from the corner of my eye. We are raised in our culture to ignore certain events. Spirits feed on the energy that people put towards them. So if you freak out, get angry, yell at it, scream at it, start crying, or anything like that, it'll actually stick around. That's what it wants. It thrives on energy of any kind. 5 minutes or so go by, and I'm still seeing the rocking chair move out of the corner of my eye. Suddenly, I hear a commotion. One of the other girls claims to have seen the spirit. We named it Kukai. It's a word in Algonquin, translating to monster. She said she was listening to the boys talk about the spirit when she saw one of the boys staring very strange out into the balcony behind her. She turned around to see what he was looking at, and through the window was the shadow spirit. sitting on the rocking chair, literally 3 feet away from her, smiling. The boy who had been staring out there sprinted towards the balcony doors, slammed them open, and charged at the spirit. I went outside to check on this boy. He turned back to look at me and said, "Get everyone inside right now." The tone of his voice made me just listen. He got back inside and told everyone to clean up the place so that we could leave. We spent a while just cleaning. That's when we began to hear the knocking coming from all around the house. After a while, we were finally ready to leave. People ran out, piled into their cars, and began to take off. Me and the boy were walking towards his truck. He was actually my ride home, when suddenly, he began to rush me and push me into the truck. Then he jumped in and we just peeled out. I asked him why he did that, but he refused to talk about it. A few days later, I ended up hanging out with him again, and he told me his experience of that night. When the other boys were disrespecting the spirit, he said he saw it appear out of thin air, onto the rocking chair, out on the balcony. He made eye contact with it, and suddenly couldn't look away. He and the spirit were staring each other down, and that's when one of the girls saw his expression. She turned around, saw the spirit, and screamed. He said his first instinct was to defend his friends, and that's why he ran outside. He said the feeling that he was getting from the kukai was almost like it was daring him to do something. But the second he got up, the thing stood up and ran into the woods, disappearing from the patio. When the boy went outside, he stood on the lawn and saw it standing at the tree line, looking right at him with a smile on its face. Later, as we walked back to the truck, he saw it again closer, and that's why he pushed me into his truck to leave. After he dropped us off at our houses, he and his friends realized that they never locked the door to the cabin, so they went back. But his friend was too scared to go in, even though it belonged to him, so the boy went in by himself. The second he opened the door, the thing was standing in the living room. The boy locked the door as fast as he could and hopped back in the truck. The two then peeled out of the driveway. These sightings continued for a few days after that. It was the talk of the res, but then suddenly, everything just stopped. There was no more knocking, no more sightings. Everyone was curious about what happened to the spirit. What was it? And could it come back? Would it come back? Eventually, word came from up north, where sightings of the same spirit were seen in a different community. And then some of the white people in the town, just north of us, started to report very similar strange events. And then other reservations near us were as well. The way the stories were coming in, it's like the spirit was traveling north. As of 2018, there's been no more sightings. No one on my res or anybody else has seen anything remotely similar to what was going on. So, what do you all think? Let me know. I'm from the state of New Mexico, and I'm also native from a tribe located within the state. I'm not going to mention the tribe or what part of the state I'm from, obviously for privacy reasons. I'll start off by saying that growing up on the res as a member of the tribe, you're exposed to a lot of things. We take our tradition very serious, and we try to preserve it the best way we can. However, there are things that happen that are not talked about on the res. It's no secret that there are people who are evil. We all heard of skinwalkers and wendigos, evil spirits that torment people or corrupt their mind with evil. As crazy as these things sound, believe me, such things do exist. I have ran into evil spirits in my res, and I heard plenty of stories from fellow tribal members or friends that have experienced similar things. For example, the things they experienced included unnaturally whistling in the back hills of the res at night, or moving shadows in the trees, or even in the arroyos that are black and misshapen, or some owls that perch up in the nearby trees watching your house all night long. But this story that I'm going to share with you didn't happen to me or anyone that I know. It actually happened in one of the reservations here in New Mexico. I was in high school at the time of this incident. I went to a school where it was nothing but natives, and you had to have native blood in you to attend this school. Going to the school, there was always rumors going around of sketchy things that kids would see. Most of it was just that, a rumor, made up of incidents to scare each other. But one day, what I thought was a rumor actually turned out to be true. Did you hear what he did to the body? After he did that, he sat there with his face painted. I heard a girl say to her group of friends, "What the hell?" I thought. I didn't know who these students were talking about or what they meant by, "He sat there with his face painted." I continued to class, and before lunchtime, I had a partial understanding of what happened because I was asking around a bit. A young man from the pueblo of Jimenez had killed another young man in a very brutal way. As the lunch hour proceeded, I found out more information on what happened. The man who killed the other man were both friends. The man that committed the killing disemboweled his victim in a gruesome and satanic way, and they say that he even lit candles around the body. There's no way this could have happened. There's no way this could be true, I thought. But when I got home, I found out all the gruesome details were true. There was no hiding it. It was all over the news. When something like a murder like this happens in New Mexico, especially one like this, you can guarantee it will be on the news. I sat there in disbelief as the newscaster spoke on the incident. A man from Jimenez is being held on charges for killing another man, 21-year-old Matthew Panama, on the Jimenez Pueblo reservation late Saturday night. The rumors from school had turned out to be true. The man did kill his friend in a very gruesome way. He did disembowel the body and proceeded to paint his face black and white, like he was trying to bring forth something evil in a satanic sacrificial ceremony of some sort. All this was hard to take in. This incident not only shook the people of Jimenez, but all the neighboring Pueblo communities as well. Weeks after the incident, information was still coming to light. The Pueblo of Jimenez banned trick-or-treating that year. They also had a bunch of different medicine men from around the Pueblo perform a huge ceremony curing to get rid of any evil that was there. The reason they had to take such measures is because of the traditional beliefs that they have. When an incident of this size happens, the whole Pueblo has to be cleansed. I don't blame them for taking such steps. They, as well as myself, believe that this man was possessed by something that was pure evil, and it corrupted his mind. Some would compare it to the evil spirit of a Skinwalker, or maybe something along the lines of a curse from a Skinwalker. The Pueblos have their own names for these evil spirits, and I truly do believe that one of them got inside this man. Either that, or he was involved in black magic. But whatever the case may be, I know something evil was involved. Now some of you might think I'm making this up or exaggerating on the details. I understand where you're coming from, because I enjoy listening to scary stories of the paranormal, and I find myself doubting people's stories sometimes. But I'm telling you, all of this is true. If you don't believe me, here's a link to the article on the murder and even the court document itself. And I'll leave you with this as well. Be careful of who you surround yourself with. Be careful what the people around you believe in. The last thing you want to do is be involved in witchcraft. I'm writing this to share a warning with you all. There are things you shouldn't dig into, read about, or even listen to. I've been listening to scary stories, just like most of you that will hear this one. I know you enjoy stories of the paranormal, skinwalkers, and stories about bad medicine, witchcraft, and black magic, or as we call it back home, brujeria. I'm not referring to evil ladies wearing pointy hats, performing rituals at night, as witchcraft can be performed by anybody who practices these dark things. Among natives, there are many superstitions and warnings that have been passed down through generations, like not whistling at night, or not speaking of certain things at night. Well, let me tell you, bad medicine, brujeria, it's all true. You see, I've been cursed my whole life. Ever since the events I'm about to share with you, I have always been afraid to put these memories into words, but I know my life is coming to an end. I feel like I gotta share this story with you all. Maybe it's the weight of my age, or I'm simply trying to unburden myself, but I want you to know that if something does happen, I have lived my life fully, and I'm at peace with my Maker. This is one of my final testaments about the disappearance of my best friend, Stephanie Rodriguez. Back in the 90s, after working so hard without taking any vacay, I finally decided to take a break from work. My girlfriend Stephanie were both passionate about hiking and camping, so we decided that it was time to explore a new place. Stephanie, who is Mexican, suggested that we explore some of the beautiful isolated mountain regions down in Mexico, where some of her family lived, or at least used to live. I'm also half Mexican. I speak Spanish and been to Mexico plenty of times. However, Stephanie was actually born in Mexico, and she grew up there, so she was a lot more familiar with the regions. We have been dating for a few years now, and before you ask, I was actually planning to propose to her at the mountaintop of where we were going. So the day arrived, we packed our bags and set out. However, despite all the warnings and concerns expressed by family and friends, they told us that the area was very unsafe at that time because there were many conflicts for various reasons. Stories of drug cartels fighting over land, cursed places and territories where people simply don't venture out. Many regions that were left alone because the natives had not welcomed anyone for many generations. It wasn't the right place for us as a couple to venture out to, but we didn't let fear stop us. Her family lived in the state of Guerrero. She had shown me pictures of this place of when she was a kid, and it was beautiful. Our plan was to reach the town and stay there for a night. From there, we would travel a long path that would lead to a forested area. That's where several isolated communities were located, and one of these was the birthplace of my girlfriend's father and several of her relatives from when she was a child. She used to visit that place with her family and had beautiful memories of there. She said that everyone there was connected to nature and the surroundings, very traditional and not up to date on the latest tech. It's not that they were behind, they prefer to stay in between themselves and their traditional roots. Which was fine, but as you all know, and now I know, sometimes separating yourself from the world and living remotely can be the best thing, or the worst thing. Personally, I wanted to enjoy the experience of a campsite in the middle of the forest in another country and see what differences this had from hiking and camping in the States. We arrived in town after a day. We had our map. It was the 90s, a time when cell phones were not fully around yet. As we ate at one of the small food places, we also asked one of the locals for directions to the village. After all, this was undeveloped land, with dirt roads cutting through dense forested areas. The guy gave us a curious look and asked, "Why do you want to go there?" Stephanie responded by saying, "I grew up in this village and wanted to visit some of my family." The expression of the guy shifted to one of concern. He pointed out the location of the village on the map and said, "Just be careful. Make sure you get there before the sun goes down. That place, it isn't what it used to be." His warning sent a shiver down my spine. But again, what isn't creepy or mysterious out here in these remote areas? We thanked them and started our journey, venturing onto a path that was leading towards the woods. Despite the bright sunshine, A strange sense of unease began to overwhelm me. It felt like somebody was watching us. It was the curious eyes of the locals that we would come across. They seemed to follow us and stare at us. I inquired from Stephanie why these people were just looking at us. That's how people are here. They don't really like outsiders. Just ignore them, she said. Despite this, we kept walking down the path until about an hour of walking. We finally arrived at this community village. As soon as we got there, everything seemed off. It was a small community with about 10 houses. We saw some people standing outside their homes, but the way they looked at us was creepy, kind of scary. I couldn't help but think about how Stephanie had grown up in such an isolated area. When I saw her face and I heard that she said that something was very wrong and that this place wasn't like it was before, I got scared again. Maybe I seen too many scary movies. We kept walking and finally, we arrived at the house of Stephanie's relatives, a beat-up home with a roof that was falling apart and boarded-up windows. Seeing the place in ruins was disappointing. It wasn't what I had imagined for our visit. After knocking, an old woman came out to greet us. She turned out to be the widow of Stephanie's uncle, who apparently died of a fever. But the way she explained it, the way she was stuttering and shaking, made it seem like she was making up stuff. She then invited us in, and that's when I saw. All the walls were corroded and discolored. The smell of oil and food filled the air, and all the candles were creating a creepy environment. There was old worn furniture everywhere. I looked at Stephanie, whose face reflected surprise and disappointment. She asked why everything was empty, almost rotting away, and before we could say anything else, the woman led us to a small room at the back of the house. We sat on some torn sofas. We watched the woman as she told us about the sadness and hardship that she has lived through since her husband's passing. He apparently died some time ago. She said her husband and several men from the village, mostly men, were working out in the fields when one day, they all suddenly fell ill. They started to suffer from a strange disease that consumed them without any cause, and there wasn't any cure for those sudden fevers. This illness devastated them and left them almost to the bone. Others said that they looked like zombies, just rotting alive. They died in complete agony. Those who weren't struck by this disease, they simply disappear into the forest. People started talking around the village that someone was doing brujeria. The woman was telling us that nothing prospered in this place anymore. It was suspected that something horrible and sinister was behind it all. The rumor was that some people who practiced witchcraft had arrived here. Everything seemed connected to the arrival of some very strange men, outsiders who had come to the area. She said these people sought refuge in the mountains to carry out their practices. Even though the woman didn't want to reveal specific details, she said that these men ended up worshipping something dark and evil. Eventually, the townspeople came into conflict with these people, as people were falling ill, disappearing, babies were being born dead, livestock dying, all types of noises at night, and some people even said seeing weird disfigured silhouettes outside their windows at night. Eventually, this ended bad for the people in the village. As soon as the woman finished telling us all of this, I turned to Stephanie and said, "Let's get out of here right now." "But wait," my girlfriend said, turning to the woman, "Have you ever actually seen any witches?" The woman shook her head. "No, I've never seen them myself. It's just what people say around here." Stephanie smiled and looked back at me. "See, let's just go to the mountaintop. It's not that far. We can take some pictures and come right back before nighttime." I hesitated, feeling a knot of unease in my stomach. This place gives me the creeps. It's still daylight. There's no witches around. It'll be quick. I sighed, still feeling uneasy, and the only reason I agreed to is because of the whole proposal idea. "Alright, but let's make it quick," I said. Just as we were about to leave, the woman grabbed my arm.
She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Remember this. If you hear whispers in the wind or see stuff that you're not supposed to see, don't acknowledge it. Ignore everything strange that you might encounter and return before dark. Once the sun sets, no one is going to be able to protect you." She then let go and started walking away from us. We ended up walking along a path that led into the mountain, moving further away from the village. As we walked, I turned to Stephanie. "Does any of your family still live here? What about your uncle?" She sighed, looking a bit sad. "The rest of my family ended up moving out of the village and into the town. From there, we dispersed to different areas outside of Guerrero. The only relative still living here was my uncle, but apparently my family failed to communicate that with me. Or I mean, who else might have known about my uncle?" she said. She did have a point. There was no internet or technology back then. Everything was snail mail. "So no one else in your family comes back here?" She shook her head. "Not really. It's been years since anyone from my family has returned. We kind of lost touch over time. I knew that her mom or dad didn't live here. It was her further out family and relatives that lived here. Let's make this quick and get back before dark, like the lady said." Stephanie nodded, and we continued. After about 30 minutes, we arrived. The landscape was very beautiful, with panoramic views of the valleys and forests stretching as far as the eye could see. Despite all the warnings and the experiences that we had, I couldn't deny the natural beauty of that place. After some pictures, I had planned to pull out the ring, but because of the creepy circumstances, finding out about her uncle's recent passing, and all the scary feelings I had, I chose not to do it. Stephanie and I sat down and she began talking to me for a few minutes. She was telling me how she used to come up here when she was a little kid. We soaked in the views together, but still, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that had settled in my gut. At this point, I was ready to leave Mexico and go back to the States. "We should head back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Stephanie nodded. "Yeah, let's go. We'll come back another time." Yeah, fucking right, I thought. Never coming here again. We started our descent, and the sun was now starting to dip lower in the sky as well. As we were walking back, a strange feeling began to creep over me again. It seemed as though someone or something was watching us from the trees and bushes. Kind of like that feeling that you get when somebody is watching you. I mentioned this feeling to Stephanie, but she simply dismissed it as my imagination. We continued moving. I figure it must have been some of those crazy people from the village or from the town. After some walking and arguing back and forth, we realized we had been walking in circles on the same path without finding our way back to the village. Slowly, the sun began to set, filling me with fear and desperation. Despite being ready for camping in this area, the whole situation, along with all the stories and rumors we heard, made me imagine the worst. The feeling of being lost became so overwhelming, and fear took hold of us with each passing minute. I do regret it now, but we ended up camping. Stephanie was used to being in these situations, and said that in the morning, the path would look better with the sunlight. There was nothing to worry about. We just had to spend the night here and return in the morning. So we set everything up and we tried to light a fire to get some light and warmness. But even the crackling flames seemed scary. Time passed slowly as we both went into the tent, trying to find some sense of security and get some rest. Eventually, I fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up to find Stephanie sitting up, breathing real heavy, which made me nervous. As soon as she saw that I was awake, she put her hand over my mouth before I could ask what was happening. We stayed silent, and then we heard footsteps right next to the tent. At that moment, fear overwhelmed me, and it got worse when the tent was suddenly open.
somebody dressed in black emerged. A man with his face all covered in mud. At least, that's what I thought it looked like. He grabbed Stephanie by the hair and started dragging her outside. I tried to stop them from taking her, but outside, I saw a large group of dark figures dressed in black robes. I was petrified with fear at this whole terrifying scene. Despite my desperate struggle to prevent them from taking Stephanie, I couldn't. I fought to hold on to her, but all of my efforts were in vain. In the blink of an eye, I was pushed aside, finding myself alone in the middle of nowhere, helpless against these people surrounding the tent. That's when the whispers and sinister laughing filled the air, increasing my panic with each passing second. Desperation overtook me as I realized I was alone, facing about 12 of these things around me. That's when I heard Stephanie's terrified screams, pleading for help, crying out in pain. I shouted desperately, trying to find out where she was. I wanted to run and find a way to escape. But then, one of those black figures blocked my path, and the next thing I felt was a strong blow to the head, and then everything went dark. The first rays of sunlight woke me up. My body was aching, and everything seemed calm. Suddenly, the memory came rushing back. I ran to get away from there, taking the first path that I saw. I hadn't gone too far when I entered a clearing, and what I discovered made me shiver and scream in horror. There was a large rock. It was covered in blood. Stephanie's clothes were scattered everywhere, torn and bloodstained. There seemed to be animal bones and satanic symbols drawn in blood on the surrounding rocks. That's when I remember what the woman had told us, and I started running to get away from that place until I reached the village, begging for help, but no one helped me. I ran to the woman's house and she remained very calm outside, smoking tobacco. She looked at me and said, "Stephanie, it's no longer with us. Be thankful that they spared your life. Leave here and never come back." After saying this, I ran away desperately, distancing myself from everything around here. As I fled the village, my heart started pounding with fear and adrenaline. The town was miles away, and the path was really rocky. I stumbled through the dense forest. When I finally reached the outskirts of the town, exhausted and desperate, I tried to report Stephanie's disappearance to the police, at least to the local authorities, but they didn't seem like they cared. It was almost like they knew what was going on in the mountains and had chose to turn a blind eye. I ended up leaving the town as nobody was helping, and my priority was to inform Stephanie's family about what happened. I don't remember the journey back, but my mind was remembering what I witnessed and the overwhelming fear that had settled deep within me. As I approached Stephanie's parents' house, I asked myself, how was I going to explain this? I knocked on the door, my heart pounding in my chest. Stephanie's mother answered. Her face had a hopeful smile that quickly turned to her being confused as she noticed that I was alone. "Where's Stephanie?" she asked. I took a deep breath, my voice trembling as I tried to find the right words. "I'm sorry. Something terrible happened. We went to the village and Stephanie was taken. There were these people. They dragged her away. I tried to stop them, but there were too many." Her face got pale, and she stumbled back, her hand covering her mouth. Her cries drew the rest of the family to the door. Her father. Everybody was there staring at me, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "You lost her. How could you lose her?" her mother said, her voice breaking with grief. I tried to explain, recounting the events as best as I could, but even I couldn't believe what I was explaining. The more I spoke, the more I could tell they were being filled with anger. Stephanie's father then stepped in front of me. "You shouldn't have gone there," he said. His voice was low. "There are things in those mountains, things that you will never understand." We never want to see your face again. You brought this curse to our family. As I turned to leave, Stephanie's father grabbed my arm, pulling me close. His eyes bore into mine. Leave this place and never come back, he whispered. You brought back something dark with you. Go and pray that it doesn't follow you back home. Tears streaming down my face. But now that I think about it, and now that I look back, Stephanie's family knew something. Why didn't they go look for her? Why didn't they call the police? What if they were involved? The mind can go to some dark places when you just linger into the same thoughts over and over. I left Mexico as quickly as possible, hoping to find peace and safety back in the States. But as soon as I made it back home, the nightmares began that first night. I would wake up in sweat, hearing Stephanie's screams and seeing those dark, shadowy figures closing in on me. Days turned into weeks, and the nightmares only grew worse. I became somebody who I didn't know, convinced that those forces from Mexico had followed me. My friends and family noticed the change in me, but I couldn't bring myself to tell them the full extent of what happened. How could I? They would think that I lost my mind. Anyways, it's been over 30 years since that horrifying day, and not a single moment passes without the memories haunting me. Everything that I experienced just doesn't fade away with time. It seeped into every aspect of my life, changing me in ways that I never expected. Relationships, even simple daily routines. Everything was tainted by the darkness that had followed me out of those cursed mountains. I saw help from a therapist, trying every possible remedy to cleanse myself of that curse. Some offer some temporary relief, but nothing could truly erase what I had witnessed, or the guilt that I carried for losing Stephanie. It was a wound that never healed, a scar that only deepened with time. Despite the years that have passed, the feeling of somebody watching me has never left me. I have learned to cope, to live with this feeling, but the fear never truly goes away. I dedicated much of my time to researching brujeria and other supernatural things, hoping to find answers, or at least some sort of understanding. But the more that I learned, the more I realized how little we truly know about the dark forces that exist around us. I want you to understand this. If you want to be like everyone else and not believe my story, that's fine. But if you could take one thing away from this, I want you to understand that there are things out there that are beyond our understanding, forces that shouldn't be messed with. My story isn't just a warning, it's a testament to the real dangers that exist. Brujeria are not just stories to be laughed at, they are real, and they have real consequences. For now, I beg you, listen to my words and be careful out there. There are doors that should never be opened. Stay away from brujeria, witchcraft, and remember my story as a reminder of what awaits those who ignore the warnings. This story is only the beginning. If I'm still here and if the story finds its audience, maybe one day I'll share the rest. Until then, be safe and always say your prayers. Hey everyone, I don't have a Skinwalker story today, but I have something that's even worse than that. I want to start off by saying that I am Navajo, and I've been living in the Navajo Nation my whole life. And of course with that comes with growing up as a kid. It was getting close to the end of summer, and we were all hanging out. This was back then when I was a teenager. It was starting to get dark. You get a group of young boys together, and of course they're gonna do something that's not good. Well, we dared each other to go into an old hogan where a person had died. The hogan actually stood at the edge of town, kinda isolated from everybody. Now, why did we dare each other? Well, it was a place where the elders had warned us about, claiming that's where a chinde was. If you don't know what that is, it's the bad energy left from the last breath of the person who passed away. They said something about this being a ghost that contains all the sins of a person's life, and if the person died indoors, it can cause ghost sickness. Of course, we told each other this before we actually did it. But again, young teenagers, boys, daring each other, we made our way to the Hogan. We opened the door, revealing nothing but darkness. There wasn't no ghost inside there. I'm not sure what we were expecting to see. Maybe a dead body. But it did feel a little weird. The air felt thick, almost suffocating like. We stayed only minutes. But later on we would find out that this was enough to bring something. My friend Jacob was the first one to get sick. What started off as a simple fever turned into a sickness that was starting to last a few weeks, with complaints that he felt like he was being choked. The doctors were baffled, and his parents were desperate. Meanwhile, that's when my nightmares started, vivid and horrifying. All nightmares about the Hogan, and seeing what looked like a creature inside the Hogan, but the dreams felt real. I was planning on telling my parents about this, and I guess be grounded for about 6 months or so. But before I did, somebody knocked at our home. The parents of Jacob stood at the door. Their faces were full of fear. They had a quiet conversation with my parents outside. After about 30 minutes or so, my parents came inside. They called me to the kitchen and questioned about everything that we did. They explained the seriousness of our actions and what we had done, the danger that we had invited by entering the Hogan. The chinde wasn't just a ghost. It was the evil itself of a person, a spirit that we didn't see that was lingering around the Hogan. Even mentioning the name of a dead person can bring a chinde to you, which is why you should never speak of the dead. Anyways, my parents ended up calling a medicine man. The ceremony was arranged pretty quickly. He performed a cleansing rite with sacred herbs, filling our home with smoke and the scent of juniper. As the ceremony finished, everything did feel different. Jacob also had a ceremony done. The nightmares that I was having went away, and Jacob ended up getting better. There was another friend that was with us, and I'm not sure what happened with him. Him and his family ended up moving out the res when summer was over, so we never found out what happened with them. Yeah, we learned the lesson alright. And on top of this, we were told to never speak of that night again. And so with that, I'll leave you with this warning. Beware the places where somebody has died, for within its walls lingers a chinde, an evil spirit born from the final breath of that person. If you enter the place, nightmares and darkness will haunt you. Some doors are best left closed, and some spirits should just be left undisturbed. Say a prayer after listening to this story. They're evil. The witches of the Navajo Nation. Powerful witches. They go through the training that medicine men do, except that they practice bad medicine. They are humans, so their exact motives are different. Well, they vary, just like with all humans. Maybe they're looking for vengeance. Maybe they're just crazy, greedy. However, majority of them are tricksters, causing fear. They'll fuck up your life. They'll kidnap you, kill you, and then do stuff to your body. They cause sickness and cast curses by using bad medicine. I know you've spoken on numerous stories about these things and the different ceremonies needed. One of them being called the Blessing Way. These witches pervert the traditional way and perform their own ceremonies as well. They call it the Witching Way. I'm sure you heard that knowing who they are or saying their name will kill them. But I also heard stories that if you see their human face, it will kill them, which is why they shapeshift and wear pelts. And the only way to get rid of one of these witches is by having a medicine man conduct a blessing way ceremony. Who am I? Well, my name is Alex. It's a generic white boy name, I'm aware. But I was actually born and raised in a small town called Chinle. Chinle is deep in the mountains of the Northeast Navajo Nation. In the northeast corner of Arizona, we have a school. All the basics to survive, you can say. For those who aren't familiar, you have two parts of the town, one on each side, with nothing but dirt roads in between. While many Arizona small towns have an American feel, this cannot be said for any town on the rest. The reservation, including Chinle, was filled with poverty, alcoholism, abuse, and social isolation. It's the closest you can get to hell within the U.S. So with all this being said, so maybe that's why you won't find it strange that after buying vodka from a friend at the age of 16, I was walking back home. My father was abusive. My mom was dead. I had no real reason to return home for the night, nor did my father have a reason to care if I returned. If anything, he made it feel like I was a burden to him. So I had a bottle of vodka in one hand and a gun in the pocket of my jacket, in case some shit went down, as it tends to on the rest. I remember it was sometime in March at night. The temperature was below freezing. A light dusting of snow was falling from the pitch dark night sky. That's the one benefit of the Navajo Nation. Clear night skies. But that's pretty much it. Instead of taking one of the main roads that everyone drove through, I chose to go around, the long way basically, where nobody ever drove. Now why did I do that? Well, imagine a young teenager walking in the middle of the night with a bottle of alcohol. Mind you, it wasn't a bag, but still, he didn't want to be caught, or even worse, end up being robbed. I was walking along a 2-lane road when I heard some rustling noises in the bushes to the left, and I spotted a coyote. I shrugged it off. I had dozens of encounters with coyotes in my life. I had no reason to fear it. I took another swig of vodka and continued walking. That's when the wind picked up. Something felt deeply ominous, in a scary way. I looked over to my left again. The coyote, which must have been 25 yards from me prior, was now about 10 yards away from me and slowly walking towards me. I didn't panic, trying to feel tough, but I would be lying if I said I didn't have a small fear at this point. 30 seconds later, I'm still walking down the road. The coyote is within about 20 feet of me. It just seemed like it was just following me, being curious. Almost like if I had a nice slab of steak in my back pocket. I kept an eye on the coyote, but I started growing deeply concerned. The wind started picking up and the coyote got closer. I considered the options that I had and realized that I could get fucked over if I didn't act soon. Seeing that I was the track star at Chinle High School, well, before I was expelled, I bolted, I sprinted, I ran. I looked back and the coyote remained walking, as if he didn't want to bother some drunken teenager running through the desert. That's when the coyote picked up his pace, and within seconds, was just a few feet behind me. As I looked back, I swore its eyes were yellow. I had never seen anything like this in my life. Scared, I threw the bottle of vodka towards it, hoping it would scare it away. To my surprise, I actually ended up hitting it. Not that I was aiming for it, but I guess someone or something was looking out for me that night. Not only did I hit the coyote, the bottle smashed across its head when it came no more than a foot behind me. While the coyote stopped and started making all sorts of weird noises. I wasn't fucking around. I continued running. I stopped for a second and looked back. The glass was lodged within the coyote's head. I looked back and saw a pool of blood forming on the icy road. I looked in front of me, running, thinking how I ended up in this situation. Well, I know exactly how I ended up in this situation, but it wouldn't count if you blame yourself. I looked back again, and then ahead of me. I looked back and did a double take. The coyote no longer had a glass on its head, and it was now running full force towards me. So I did something that is completely illegal on the rest. Something worse than bootlegging alcohol at the age of 16. I pulled out my grandfather's old pistol I carried and fired a shot. I missed. I tried again. I missed again. The coyote is now again a few feet behind me, and it seems to be snarling something, as if it's trying to communicate. I fired a third shot. This time I landed on the coyote's head again, and you better fucking believe I didn't stop to celebrate. I had seen what this thing was capable of. I dropped my pistol, not sure how or why, but I dropped it and ran and didn't even look behind me this time. Then, I saw the headlights. I stood in the middle of the road, motioning towards the car, attempting to stop them. Most Navajo people don't pick up hitchhikers for safety reasons, so I was going to force this guy to let me in by stopping in the middle of the road. Within 10 seconds, the man driving the vehicle came to a stop, almost slipping on the black ice. I stood by the passenger door and he rolled down his window. Let me in. A fucking coyote is chasing me. I'm not a criminal. Please, sir. He simply nodded his head and he let me inside the vehicle. He must have been drunk, I figure. As I got in and buckled my seatbelt, I looked at the rear view mirror of the car, and that's when I saw it. The coyote was running behind us, easily going about 30 miles per hour, maybe more. The man took notice of this and took off. Hey kid, is this thing chasing you? He said in a slur. That's when it hit me. The faster it ran, I began to see it more. A pelt on its head. This thing was now on its hind legs. The old man then looked at me and locked eyes with me. Don't look at it. Stop making eye contact with it, he said calmly. That's a Navajo witch. I will drive fast now, okay? He said. We started going at 60, and it followed, and it was still behind us. 65, 70, and it was still keeping up. Once we got to about 80 in his beat-up Toyota, the thing was no longer visible in the mirror. The old man then looked at me and said, you know, if that thing wanted to get you, it would have. It was just playing with you. I looked at him confused, and he just chuckled in a drunken fashion and said, I know why you're walking around here at night. Get out of my car at the next stop, and I don't ever want to see you again. About 10 minutes passed and we didn't say anything. We got to an intersection, and the old man looked at me and said, this is where you get off. I thanked the old man, and he just took off. After that night, everything changed for me. I ended up learning about these things. I kind of knew about them a little bit, but I never really did believe in anything until this night. I stopped drinking. I ended up going back to school, and my life did change for the better. Of course, I still had issues and struggles with other things, but I learned a lesson that night, and I hope that you don't gotta go through something like this to believe in these things or to turn your life around. For context, my tribe, specifically the Kickapoo tribe, were spread out through Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Mexico. I have family everywhere, but I live in Oklahoma. Our tribe still practices the traditional ceremonies. Basically, it's still old school. Outsiders are not welcome, and nobody writes anything down. We have several tribal members who don't even speak English or know anything about what's going on around the world. We don't really talk about stuff that I'm going to share with you. It's considered taboo. Honestly, if my family found out that I'm sharing this, they would most likely get very angry with me. I might ask about it someday, but the only one with more answers is most likely my dad. He doesn't really talk about taboo things like that, and it's hard to ask anything. So why am I sharing this? Well, I figure that as long as I don't give exact details, it will be fine. Some of the stuff I give out is actually public information, and it's not that hard to find out because we're not one of the bigger tribes within North America. I know some tribes here in America don't like sharing anything, but I always thought that if you don't share or pass down information or the stories or the practices, then how will our culture continue if it just dies out? Anyways, when I was young, there was a ceremony that had to take place in Mexico every year. All families essentially have to make a trip down there. Out of respect for my tribe, I won't include exactly what happens. All you need to know is that my grandma has a house down there that everybody goes to. There's a lot of us, more than the house can hold. It's actually kind of cheap to build over there. So my grandmother had a smaller house built on the same property. My family, my aunt's family, and my uncle's family were there. My grandmother is a superhero, so she is helping another group of family with their ceremony, since all the knowledge is verbally, and my mom was taking care of ours. The entire res in Mexico is located in the middle of nowhere, and once you get there, it's another 2 hours until you get to the actual property. You see, the land, or the res I should say, was granted to the Kickapoo at the Hacienda de Nacimiento, near the town of Musquis in the state of Coahuila in 1850. The hacienda occupied by the Mexican Kickapoo, and is called by them El Nacimiento de la Tribu Kickapoo, or in English meaning the birthplace of the Kickapoo tribe. The property contains around 17,000 acres of land sourced with water from the Rio Sabinas. It's really big, and there are mountains within walking distance. My grandmother's house are actually at the foot of one, and you guessed it, there are no good stories that involve those mountains. They're considered a taboo place. We don't even go up there except to go hunting. A ceremony must be done for your protection if you do decide to go. So I was maybe 8 or 9 at the time. My aunt lives in Texas, and my sisters and I don't get to see our cousins very often. So these trips were the closest thing we had a family vacation, even though they were nothing but long work days. There's no electricity there. As someone who grew up pretty close to Oklahoma City, I sometimes forget how dark it can be when there are no cities nearby. No cars on the road. Just finding the 2 small houses on property can be difficult if no one has any fires going. There is a window in each room that is barred, and all the doors are made of steel. It's not pretty, but it's necessary since no one lives in these houses most of the time. The new house is different. The windows are still barred, but they can open. The old house windows are just solid glass. My sisters and I were playing with my cousin E and M in the new house. M is almost the same age as me, and E is 2 years younger. It was well after sundown, and the headlights on my uncle's truck was the only light. It was getting late, and I say we, but really just the parents, had a long day of work the next day, so everyone started moving for lights out. My family was in the old house, so me and my siblings headed to the room, and that's when it happened. I woke up to screaming, so did everyone else. You would think I would have been panicked, but no. I was a kid who was just woken up by what was clearly E screaming at the new house. I wanted to yell at him to shut up. I wasn't scared until my dad, very strong and quiet, walked into our room and told us to stay. We don't disobey my dad, so we did. We went to the window and looked outside. My dad was talking to my aunt and uncle, along with some of my older cousins, and they were walking up and down the fence on our property with flashlights. It was too dark to see anything else. After an hour or so, we started getting tired, so we went back to sleep, but the adults were all awake until sunrise. I ended up tracking E and M down to try to find out what happened. E wouldn't talk about it, and M didn't know. He said E saw something through the window, and we all got a little creeped out. On the last day, I asked my cousin G, was one of the cousins who was walking up and down the fence that night, and as a kid, he was something of a hero to me. He was a genuine tall muscle badass native with a death stare and everything. He ended up telling me when my sisters weren't around. Apparently, it was hot in the new house, so my cousins had opened all the windows. E was sleeping on the floor next to me and was awoken by something touching his face. An old, pale, naked woman was sticking her head through the bars and was looking down at him. Her hair was long and gray, and it's actually what ended up waking him up. He said she was smiling. Being even younger than me, he screamed and screamed until everyone came. After that, They looked around but never found anything. I was creeped out, but was pretty sure that he was just having a bad dream. So here I am years later. I haven't gone back to Mexico or Texas in a long time. To be honest, I'm not really involved in the traditional part of my tribe anymore. My sisters have kind of taken over now. I still help whenever I can, but I do have a pretty busy job. Just out of curiosity, I called my mom to ask about it. Surely I wasn't the only one who had thought that he was just having a bad dream. Why was everyone taking him so serious? I really wish I wouldn't have gone asking, because now I have this feeling in my stomach when I think about it. My mom told me this wasn't the first time the old woman has been seen, and she was wrong. They found some footprints going from the window to the fence headed towards the mountains. Judging from the footprints they found, she was visiting every window on the property. Mind you, it was in the middle of nowhere, in the pitch black. On a personal note, I think it was a witch most likely. Our tribe still being traditionally strong is both a blessing and a curse. Like in other tribes, like for example in the Navajo tribe, there are skinwalkers. I want to say that the old lady is likely a skinwalker who preys on people who live close to the mountains. Maybe. I have heard from my family and others, and even had other weird experiences down in the rest in Mexico that still make me nervous when I go outside when it's dark. And it doesn't help that my dog always insists on going outside during the middle of the night, and he makes me chase him around to get him back inside. Even if it's not a skinwalker, there's some really creepy things going around in that whole area, especially around the mountains. I did talk with a friend who lives in Oklahoma, and he said it might be a stikini. I'm sure the most famous native witch that you know is the Skinwalker, but in Oklahoma, they call something similar the stikini, shapeshifters of pure evil. By day, they have the look of a human, blending in with everyone else. But when nighttime comes, a transformation takes place. These people end up forming into an owl-like monster. Or maybe it was an Ishikitini, people who use supernatural powers to harm others and are able to take the shape of a horned owl. I know in some other native tribes down in Mexico, they call it the Nagual. It's intriguing, and maybe not a coincidence, that many natives share stories of similar type of witches. These creatures or monsters or whatever are often believed to be just humans who practice a form of witchcraft that grants them such powers, and are not actual monsters. Maybe the generations before us saw and knew things that we can't fully understand today. These stories and beliefs have been passed down as part of our cultural memory, a reminder of the things that our ancestors encountered. So if you ever visit some native land or a reservation, whether that's in New Mexico, the Navajo Nation, or Arizona, Oklahoma, Dakotas, or even down in Mexico, it may sound like they're everywhere, and who knows, maybe they are. Just be safe and be respectful of the traditions and stories. You never know what might be out there, and it's always better to be cautious and respectful than to dismiss what is actually true. Stay safe. My great-grandparents, they were never forced to go to residential boarding schools. You know, those that took so many others away from their traditions. And because of this, they were able to hold on to a lot of their old ways, a lot of their traditions. And that's how they grew up. They lived deep in the mountains, far from the influence of outside beliefs or cultures. And that's why our family believes that their connection to these teachings, these traditions, actually protected a lot of our family. So I got a story to tell you. One that's been passed down from my mom and others about something they experienced a long time ago. My mom, when she was just a girl, she lived with my grandparents in a hogan way out in the middle of nowhere. Life on the rest back then was so tough and lonely. They didn't have the things that we have now. No electricity, no running water, and definitely not a single road. If you wanted to get somewhere, you traveled by horse or wagon, and even then, it took a whole day just to reach the nearest trading post. Some of the winters were long, and everyone had to work together to survive. Each day was a routine, herding the sheep, gathering firewood, and making sure that the hogan stayed warm. My grandpa was well known across the reservation as a traditional medicine man. People from all over would seek him to perform ceremonies. He actually taught my mom a lot about our traditions, and she always felt a sense of security around him. Like he always had the right words to say to make you feel protected. My grandma was even more practical. She was strong, and she was never scared so easy. Even though she was blind from scarlet fever, she never let that slow her down. She knew how to take care of her family, and her presence actually made my mom feel safe, no matter what. One day, my mom and her uncle were told to herd the sheep like always. They were young and liked to mess around, playing with the sheepdog while they were supposed to be working. The sun was already starting to set as they headed back home, and the cold air began to settle in. The land was quiet, almost too quiet, and something about it felt strange, as my mom said. As they were walking, they started hearing this noise behind them. Sounded like a horse that was following them. But every time they turned around, there was nothing. Just trees swaying a little bit in the wind, and the bushes rustling. But they couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, lurking just out of sight. The further they walked, the more the air felt heavy. Everything was quiet, almost like something was going to happen. My mom then said that she felt a coldness creeping up her spine, and even the sheep seemed to get nervous, almost like they were sensing something. The sound of their footsteps in the light snow seemed too loud, echoing through all the silence. It was starting to get dark fast. As they neared the corral, the smell hit them. A thick, rotting stench like something was dead. They hurried up to close up the corral and rushed back inside the hogan. But my grandma noticed right away that a few sheep were missing. She then came inside the hogan and handed my mom and her uncle flashlights, and she sent them back out to find the stragglers. I guess my grandma knew that since they liked to play with the sheepdog and be distracted, she figured they lost them on the way here. So she came inside the hogan and handed my mom and her uncle flashlights and sent them back out to find the stragglers. The snow started falling again, and the wind was picking up, making it difficult to see. My mom was actually good at seeing in the dark, but her uncle wasn't so lucky. As they walked through the snow, they kept hearing it again, that same sound, almost like a horse galloping behind them, staying just out of sight. The smell was back as well, but stronger now, as if whatever was following them was getting closer. The cold stung their faces and the snow muffled everything else, making the sound of that horse even louder. They did end up finding the missing sheep, along with a newborn lamb. And so they headed back. My mom and her uncle took turns carrying it. And on the way back, the smell was getting worse. Her uncle was too scared to say anything. And again, every time they looked back, nothing was there. They hurried back to the corral, herding the remaining sheep inside. But as they were closing up, my mom said that they felt like somebody was watching them. When they got back to the hogan, my grandma was waiting for them. But she knew something was wrong. The sheepdog were nowhere to be found, which was strange. They always stayed close by. And my mom figured her grandpa was still out doing a ceremony, since he often got called away for his medicine work. When they got back to the hogan, my grandma was waiting for them. The sheepdog were nowhere to be found, and even my grandpa wasn't there. Now the sheepdog situation was strange. They always stayed close by. After dinner, my grandma asked my mom and her uncle to take some extra milk out to the lambs. The snow had already stopped falling, and it was still quiet outside, but not in a peaceful way. It was too quiet. As they walked towards the corral, they opened up the door, and when they did, that's when they saw Two big animals sitting in between the sheep. They weren't acting like animals though. They were just there sitting, talking, speaking. My mom simply described them as big dogs that were just sitting across from each other. My mom's uncle froze, too terrified to move. He just stood there, staring at these animals back in shock. My mom, sensing something was very wrong, pulled them away and they ran back to the hogan. When they got inside, she told my grandma what they had seen. Her uncle still couldn't speak, too shaken by what he had just witnessed. My grandma, who wasn't one to back down from anything, she wasn't about to let something mess with her sheep or her family. My mom followed her back to the corral, moving carefully through the snow. The two dogs were still there, still sitting among the sheep, and still talking. My grandma aimed the rifle at them, and the moment that they heard the click of the gun, they started moving. My grandma was able to fire and hit one of them, and it let out this awful scream. They were still able to get away through the back door, running away on all fours. Yanagloshis, my grandma said, her voice steady but grim. My mom couldn't believe it. This was the first time she saw one of them. Her family had told her about them, but she had never seen one of them before. Later that night, in the hogan, they started hearing the same sound as earlier, the sound of horses running outside. When my grandpa finally got home, we told him everything. The next morning, he decided to track these dogs himself. He followed the tracks for most of the day, carefully analyzing all the signs and tracks they left behind. He saw that the tracks were strange, like part human, part animal, leading him through snow-covered land. Along the way, he noticed that some of the things were off. Ravens were circling in the sky, making all sorts of noises. He said that these were signs from the land itself that something unnatural had passed through, almost like a warning. The tracks eventually led him to a small town. When I say town, I don't mean like a populated city or anything. Just a close community with a few hogans and stores and stuff. He was stopping at every hogan and vendor, well, every stand, and talking to the people there. He said that at one specific stand, there was a man that was sitting behind it. The man who lived there was old and knew my grandpa. When my grandpa got there, the man was sitting in the corner, barely moving, with his leg wrapped up. His wife, who was actually the one selling things, said that he had been injured recently, but she didn't say how. My grandpa didn't ask any questions. He already knew. The talk was that the old man got better for a while, but he eventually died a year later while sleeping. As far as the other dog goes, he was never found. To this day, we're told that if you ever find out who the Skinwalker is, that person is supposed to die right away or within a year from the same date of the event. It's creepy, but my mom has so many other stories like this, and you have to be on the reservation to experience them. You heard the rule of don't whistle at night and the res. My tribe actually says the same. However, do you know the other rules as well? The ones about keeping your curtains closed at night. No running around, walking on roads when there's a recent death. Always cover your food at night, and no eating in the dark. No looking outside at night. Don't answer the door if you don't see anyone there, especially if it's 3 knocks. No loud music at night, or any time during a recent death. Well, my grandma always shut the curtains tightly before it got dark, and she kept them that way till morning. Now, before I tell you the story, this of course is aside from all the other rules like don't whistle at night, don't comb your hair at night, don't cut your fingernails at night, or don't look at mirrors at night. So this happened a number of years ago when I was a kid. My grandma took me to a North reservation in North Alberta, Canada. We were sitting in the kitchen with a group of relatives, all different ages, from children to elders. I remember seeing that everyone was a little freaked out. There was this calm hush in the living room where the children were silently playing with some toys. As a kid, I overheard my grandmother talking with a group of people about the night before. I noticed everybody was afraid to go to sleep, and they had asked my grandma to say a prayer before they sent the kids to bed. Apparently, the night before, it was raining very heavy, and a group of 3 teenagers were walking from the reservation store to their home. Because it started raining really heavy, they started moving as fast as they could with their hoodies over their heads to try and block out some of the rain as they briskly jogged about 2 miles to get home. It was around 10 o'clock at night, and the skies were cloudy from the rain. It was quite dark and hard to see through the night and rain. Suddenly, they started hearing someone running behind them. They turned around, and that's when they saw something, a hooded figure running towards them and suddenly disappear. They immediately got scared and started running towards their house, but it was really hard to see because it was so dark. That's when the lightning started, and every time that the lightning would light up the sky, they would see dozens of hooded figures all over the ditch roads and by the trees. At this point, they started screaming as they approached their home. They ran inside screaming, getting the attention of all the adults inside. Nobody believed them, and they were trying to calm them down, telling them that they were just seeing things. But that's when everybody went towards the living room window. And there, outside, was the hooded figure. Everybody inside the house was freaking out. They shut the blinds and got together in the corner, and they all contacted my grandma by phone for prayer. A day later, there I was with my grandma listening to her pray for the home and the community. I remember being scared at that moment, not wanting to look outside. I never did that night, and to this very day, I always remember the fear and the look of dread on the faces of all those adults and the teenagers in that kitchen. And this is why one of the rules in the res is to not go outside at night and to always close the curtains and blinds at nighttime. Remember your roots and the rules. That was her favorite saying. Before I got married and moved out the rest into the city, I remember my grandma telling me during my wedding, which was the last time we spoke, she said, "No matter where you go, sweetie, always respect the traditions. Remember your roots and the rules." And, well, one of the rules that she told me, the one that I forgot and let it slip out of my head, was, whatever you do, never open the door at night if you hear knocking. Never go into a house where someone has died. So the story that I'm going to tell you, it's an experience that I'll never forget. And after seeing what happened, I hope you can learn from my own mistake. So I did keep the traditions and rules in my mind for a long time. And trust me, I stood strong on these beliefs. When me and my husband were house hunting in the city, there were a few houses that we actually liked, but I stood my ground and refused to move into those places because of the background of them, mainly because someone had died there. We eventually did find a house, and after about a decade, with life moving so fast, technology advancing so quick, and everything else going on, my traditional beliefs started to slip away. People do let you down, and life isn't what you expect it to be. I ended up getting divorced and moving back to the res. After I split up with him, he ended up staying in the city. He wasn't actually Navajo. Well, actually he was, but he was born in the city, and so that's where he stayed. I ended up moving back to the res. By this time I had 3 beautiful children. I was lucky and found a house. It was a 2-story house with the master bedroom upstairs and the other 2 rooms downstairs. So it was a pretty big house. I mean, at least for me. I'm sure some of you listening to this might think that's not a big house, but over here in the res, everybody is poor, at least in the area that I was in, including myself. So anyways, I ended up meeting my neighbors. And we started hanging out because they also had kids that were the same age as mine. And we became pretty close. Then one day, randomly, we were hanging out, and my neighbor asked me how I could stay there. I asked her why she was asking that, and she told me that the person who used to live there had died in the house. That's when it clicked as to why she wouldn't come over, and why it was always us going to her place to visit. I did end up asking how the man died, and she said that he drank a lot and died from alcohol. He was the only person who lived in this big house, so no one knew he was dead, and he had apparently been dead for a while, until his family asked for a welfare check. When they found him, his body was decomposing. She asked if anything strange has happened, and I told her no, nothing really. I asked her why she would ask that. She said that a lot of people come and go, but never stay too long there, and that she's also heard stories. I didn't ask because I didn't want to get scared, and she didn't offer to tell me the stories. We just left it at that. So one day it was getting late, and I was getting tired, so we walked back to our place and we were getting ready for bed. That's when I heard a knock on the door. So I went to answer it, and when I opened the door, there was nobody there. This happened a few times. I just thought it was kids playing around. Then one night, it wasn't really nighttime yet, but it was starting to get dark. I heard the same thing. I was too tired to play this game, so I just laid in bed without answering the door. And the next thing you know, somebody was banging their fist on the door, really loud. I got worried, thinking it's an emergency. So I jumped out of bed and ran to the door. It was my friend, and also her husband. They were telling me to get the kids and that I would stay the night with them. I asked them what was going on, and she said, "I'll tell you when you come with us." So I got the kids and a few of our things and left with them. When we got to her place and put the kids to bed, she and her husband sat me down and said that I would stay there with them until I could get someone to smudge and bless the house. I asked why, and she said that they were outside, and they said that they saw the man that had died there come up to the door and walk in. They said they saw the lights upstairs turn on, and he was walking around. I thought they were just trying to scare me, so I went outside to look at my house, and sure enough, the lights were on, and in the distance, it did look like somebody was walking. I told them that I was going to call the police just to make sure it wasn't somebody actually breaking in. They did end up showing up, and I told them what was going on. They ended up going inside to check the house. As I was outside looking, I noticed that the officers stopped right before going in, and they quickly smudged themselves. And that's when it hit me. What my neighbors were telling me was true. See, I watched the house the whole time and never saw anyone leave. So I know the person who was there still had to be in the house. But that's when the officers told me that they went through the whole place and it was empty. And one of the officers told me that they always got calls like this from the same address. They also advised me to get a medicine man to smudge the entire home and even perform a ceremony if needed, especially since my kids and I had been living inside. I was scared, and I asked my friend if I could stay with them for a few days until I got something figured out. Of course, they said yes. I did end up talking to my family, specifically my mom. Of course, she knew a medicine man, and in the next day towards the evening, the medicine man came out to perform a ceremony out in the field behind the house. He included me and my children in the ceremony. I won't go too much into detail because ceremonies are sacred. However, I will say this, the medicine man also went inside the house. He was in there for a few hours. When he finally came out, he told me something that I will never forget. I had broken two very important rules of the res, the same rules that my grandmother had reminded me of. 1. Never move into a place where someone has died. The spirit, or the chide, still dwells there, while the bad, unclean energy stays in that place, and that's dangerous. And 2, never open the door at night when you hear knocking. If you do, you're inviting spirits inside. It might be something trying to make contact. That was my mistake, one that I will never forget again. This happened a while back. I consider myself a little bit more grown now, going back to my traditions, you can say. I have something to share. Not exactly sure what happened. I don't have an explanation that fits everything, but maybe some of you might know more about what happened. After thinking about it for a while, I can't shake the feeling that it might have something to do with native folklore or something supernatural, especially given the area that we were in. The Black Hills and Badlands have deep cultural and native history, and what my friend and I experienced there was far from normal. I'll just tell you what happened, and maybe you'll have your own thoughts about what it could have been. We got an Airbnb, and the first night there, my friend was starting to get a little bit sick, possibly a cold, so she went to bed much earlier than me. On the trip to South Dakota, we talked about random weird stuff, as two best friends do on a long road trip. One of these things was how strict we are about closing the lid of the toilet before we flush. We're both big germaphobes, so closing the lid before we flush is a habit we both had for a long time. It's a weird fact, but it's relevant. She's asleep by the time that I finish my dinner and shower, and like any God-fearing American, I use the bathroom before I get in the shower. After I get out, I go check on her because I'm a little worried about how she's feeling. She's absolutely crashed in her room, and I can see her breathing and also hear her snore. After I check on her, I decided to try to go to sleep. The Airbnb is a pretty small trailer. The host is rated as a super host. No strange or negative reviews. My friend's room is on one side of the trailer, then the common area with the entrance that opens directly into the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen. The door to my room is right next to the kitchen drawers and sink. My friend sleeps with her door open, and I sleep with my door closed. I fall asleep quickly, but after a few hours I wake up because I can hear what sounds like drawers rolling on their tracks right outside my door. Now, my friend has been known to sleepwalk, so I think that's what it is. I'm wondering what to do when I realize that I really need to use the bathroom. I'm not mentally ready to go out and see my friend sleepwalking. Honestly, it's always freaked me out a bit, even though I know she can't help it. I open the door, and there's no one there. No drawers are open, nothing looks out of place, and it wasn't a matter of minutes passing since I heard it. It had been seconds. Even if my friend had ran back to her room on the other side, I would have definitely noticed. I'm trying to rationalize everything as I make my way to the bathroom, like maybe some animal was doing some weird stuff under the trailer, and it just so happened to sound like drawers. However, when I get to the toilet, something is off, and it takes me a split second to realize what it is. The toilet lid is not only up, but there is pee in the bowl. So I text her and say, I'm trying to just chalk all this up to you sleepwalking, and I tell her what all has happened. After I finish my business, I go to check on her again, but it seems like she hasn't moved an inch, hasn't even rolled over, not even pulled the covers up. I'm just like, what the fuck? But I'm determined to enjoy my trip, so I go back to my room, lay down, and try to go back to sleep. Any sleep I got was super light, and I wake up a lot, but I don't hear anything else. My friend woke up at 4:30 to officially use the bathroom, saw my text, and just kinda said, maybe. And we left it at that for the day. Neither one of us wanted to talk about it, so when we wake up, we head out early for breakfast for a full day of hiking in the Badlands, and it was honestly amazing. Beautiful scenery, a bunch of great hikes, and we saw a ton of wildlife. The events of the night were put out of my head. Even when we got back to the Airbnb, I was most likely just scaring myself because I'm in a new place far from home. We then eat dinner, take our showers, lay down, and I fall asleep pretty quickly as I'm exhausted from the day. But this night, around 2 or 3, I think, I wake up because there's a steady scratching on the wall outside my room. I know it had been going on for some time because it had worked itself into my dream, and I was having a nightmare about some monster coming after me. The details about the nightmare aren't really clear, but I remember the fear I felt when I woke up to that noise. I know some people would say it's just scratching, it's not a big deal, but it sparked some kind of primal fear in me. I texted my friend and I asked her if she could hear it. As soon as I texted her, the noise just stopped. No taper off or anything. It just suddenly stopped. She texted back a few hours later and said she didn't hear anything, but that if I was scared I could come sleep with her. She also offered up the idea of it possibly being a wild animal, being attracted to the smell of the food we had been cooking. I just held on to that idea and let it be. The beds weren't very big, so I decided to stay in my own room, now that I had a semi-logical explanation. The thing is, the trailer was lifted, and the place on the wall that was being scraped up was high up. Again, I pushed any further thoughts out of my mind and tried to go back to sleep. We have one more day of hiking in the Black Hills, then one more night, then we'll head back home. The Black Hills are beautiful, one of my favorite parts of the trip, but this whole time I'm terrified of getting separated from my friend for some reason, even though it's daylight and we're on very popular trails. So that was weird, the feeling that I had. We do our hikes there, then head back to our Airbnb for our final night. At this point, I would like to add that as two young females, we try to be as safe as possible, sharing our locations with a few friends and family members. She has a gun and she is licensed to carry. I have some pepper spray that I keep on me at all times. We move stuff in front of the door to block the entrance in case a creeper was trying to break in. And of course, we keep the doors and windows locked. We did check the windows as soon as we got there the first night. We checked under the beds every night. Again, it's a small trailer, and not a lot of hiding spots for creepers that we wouldn't think to look. We had agreed to leave about 7 in the morning to head back home. However, about 5 a.m., a few things start to happen. The scratching noise wakes me up again. It had been going on for so long that it worked its way into my dream again. I was dreaming that a big cat was stalking us while we were trapped in the wilderness. When I woke up and grabbed my phone to text my friend, it immediately stopped. I see that my friend had texted me. She was asking, "Did you hear it?" I think she finally heard the scratching, so I text back and say, "Yes, I did." I walk into the living room where she is, and I see that she's so freaked out that she has her gun out. She's been through courses. She knows not to draw your weapon unless there's clear danger and you're ready to shoot. But she was scared, and she doesn't scare so easily. I asked her what's going on, and she said, "I woke up because I heard a low noise. Then I heard shuffling and footsteps in the kitchen. I sat up in bed, and I realized that my door had been shut. That's when I texted you and grabbed the gun." So a couple of things. She slept with her door completely open every night. The heater kicking on never closed it. She wasn't tall enough to kick it shut. Even nudging it with her finger wasn't forceful enough to shut it all the way. It had to be pulled shut. Also, we would have heard someone coming in through one of the windows or the door. Everything was locked tight. We checked every night before bed. Also, the morning before, I had walked around the trailer looking for signs of damage where the scratching was. There was none. I was also looking for a loose spot where an animal could have gotten under the trailer, to make the noises that we were hearing in the kitchen, but there was nothing. My friend asked me what I wanted to do. The sun wasn't going to be up for a little bit, but at that point I'm pissed. I actually haven't had a good night's sleep in several days. I then say, "Let's get everything and go. Keep your gun out and ready. We don't have a lot, so it's not going to take a long time to get it all in the car." So that's what we do, and we get the fuck out of there. Also, 3 nights there, and we didn't see the moon a single time. I say this because that's what I wanted to do. We even looked it up on Google, and it was supposed to be right around 1/4 to 1/2, so it definitely should have been visible. We could see all the stars, and it wasn't overcast at night. We kept saying on how everything was so weird. That morning as we were leaving, the moon was there, so bright. Like, this might be stupid, but I'm not sure if it just rises up later in South Dakota. but sometimes we would get back to the Airbnb kind of late. It was just weird. We did message the Airbnb host twice about it. She was one of those that was labeled as super responsive and replies within an hour, but she refused to respond to our messages with any kind of explanation. We ended up offering our own, a wild animal of some kind, but she didn't even say anything about that. However, I don't believe it was an animal at this point. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't that. After we put many hours between us and there, and the sun came up, that's when my friend finally said, I wanted to tell you what I already saw that first night in the park, at the Pinnacle's Outlook, and proceeded to tell me about the humanoid figure. She also said that she didn't feel like she had been sleepwalking at all while we were even there. And before I wrap it up, there's a few things I want to say. I checked the Airbnb site several times since then. All great reviews. No mention of anything similar to what we experienced. We did end up leaving a 3-star review. We tried to put what happened to us the best we could. Again, chalking it up to an animal. The host did leave us a great review, while still never responding to our questions. Another thing, I went to another hiking trip with my husband about a month and a half later. I heard scratching on this trip as well, but this time I was able to say that's a squirrel or something similar, and it did not bring about that sense of absolute primal fear and the feeling of being hunted, even while you were laying in bed when you're supposed to be safe. When I was walking around checking the siding for damage after the scratching, I checked the sheet metal that lined the bottom for loose sections, and I didn't find anything. I also looked for somewhere an animal could have fit through, but there was nothing. The history of the land is also pretty strange, and I believe that the land holds on to stuff like that. The Native Americans literally named it Evil Lands. And I was like, well, they wouldn't have done that for no reason. I have seen that some of the younger natives in the area said that their older relatives wouldn't let them go near the area, which I actually didn't know before planning the trip. My friend asked if I would ever go back, and I said most likely not. It was beautiful, but I feel like whatever that thing was let me off with a warning this time, and if I go back, I feel like something will definitely happen. A lot of people were asking how come my friend just decided to keep the sighting of the humanoid figure to herself at first. Well, she did, but she's very logical, and she'll try her best to rationalize things, like myself. I also think she didn't want to scare either of us so bad that it made looking back on this trip more like a scary experience, even though now that's how I see it. But still, I think the less that we talk about it, the less that we acknowledge it, the better it is, because I believe these things feed on fear. We were already scared, but I know talking about it would have escalated the fear much more. If anybody has an explanation for this, let me know. I want to share a story with you about my winter deep in the Yukon with my grandfather and the strange things that occurred. Quick note, the story is a little long. About 3 years ago, when I was 18, I decided that I wanted to take a year off school before going to university, kind of do a bit of soul searching, if you will. As it happened, my father decided that it would be a great opportunity. You see, my grandfather, Dana, had been trying to get me to go to his cabin for a few years now to learn a little bit about myself. My grandfather was the toughest SOB I ever seen in my life. An example, when I was around 15, my family took me skiing in Jasper, and my grandfather tagged along. During that trip, Dana hit a fallen log that had been slightly covered in snow, and he ended up going straight into a spruce tree. He tore his lip open down to the cheek. Once we caught up to him and started freaking out, talking about getting an ambulance, he calmly stood up, told us while his lip was hanging open enough to see his teeth that he would be fine and was just gonna go back to the lodge. Well, to patch himself up. As it turned out, this involved skiing all the way back, grabbing a sewing needle and some fishing line. and stitching his own face back together in the bathroom mirror. About an hour later, he was back with us like nothing happened. He still has a pretty vicious scar too. A pretty massive guy, around 6'6", and he was very muscular despite being 60. He's a quiet guy. Again, he lives on his own in the middle of a frozen hellscape at a time in his life when most people would be retired and in a retirement home. The main reason why I hadn't gone with him sooner was because my mother was terrified of me going off to live with my crazy relative for any time, despite my father saying that I would be well taken care of and that I was old enough to fend for myself. But this year was different. I guess because I was going to move out soon anyway. I was allowed to leave and go with him. My family lives in Alberta, and my grandfather lives off the northwestern Yukon, past the Minto mine, just in case anyone knows this area. It was arranged for me to fly out and meet up with my grandfather, who would then drive us to his house. After landing, I was greeted with the amusing sight of my grandfather standing about a foot above the rest of the crowd, just staring, waiting for me. We had a quick greeting, and before long, I had hopped in his truck, and we were making trail towards places where no roads go. We drove for a few hours. Not a lot was said between us, even though that was pretty standard for him. And we finally arrived at what appeared to be a little more than a snowy plot near the tree line and away from the road. So, where exactly is your cabin? I didn't see it on the way over, I asked him. He turned to me and smirked. About 3 days of hiking that way. He pointed to the trees. Wow. So began day one of my adventure. Pack slung over my back and snow up to my calves. We then began to walk. The first day actually went pretty normal. Something that was not gonna last. Along the way, he would point out animal tracks and different plants, giving me a basic wilderness survival rundown. Now, I had been raised on a small acreage outside of the also small town of Athabasca, so I was no stranger to the wilderness. But even still, my grandfather's knowledge of the wild seemed near encyclopedic. The first day came to a close as the sun hung low in the sky and the snow glittered in the twilight. A beautiful view. We found a small outcropping. We built a fire, set a can of beans and some veggies to cook, and enjoyed the moment. I slept pretty good, given that it was about -20. On the eve of the second day, I was shaken awake and told to start walking. We don't want to spend more nights out here than we have to. It's only going to get cold, and these woods are dangerous. Gathering up what little I had, little more than a sleeping bag, a few things and 2 knives, we set off again. Let me tell you, there's nothing more tiring than pushing through snow up to your crotch in the middle of the woods for hours and hours. I like to think I'm in pretty okay shape, but by the time that we stopped for a break some 4 hours later, I felt like I was gonna die. My grandfather, of course, seemed pretty unfazed by it. It was around this time that I started to take note of a few things. For anyone who has lived near or spent a lot of time in the woods, you know it's a pretty active place. Lots of noises and things moving around, but not here. In the winter, everything is still and quiet. A strange feeling when all you heard your entire life is that when things go quiet, something bad is near. My uneasiness was offset somewhat by the fact that I was still trying to see if my lungs were gonna explode. Soon enough, we would set off again. A few more hours into walking, I noticed a little cave in the hill we were on. The opening had huge icicles hanging down from the front, and a few bones scattered around the area. I turned to my grandfather and asked, pointing to it, should we be worried about that? At that, he stopped, looked at me for a few moments, then continued walking, saying something like, no, as long as we get a ways off before night, it won't matter. When we found a place to settle for the night, I was sure I would be out before I hit the ground, but with so much as a glance, I was told to wait. He was gonna get firewood and start dinner. Sitting by myself under a tree, I watched as he walked off, leaving me alone there. While I was sitting there, Listening to the fading sound of my grandfather walking further and further away, I couldn't help but notice how strange the woods felt. I had spent days camping before, sometimes with friends, other times just by myself, but this was different. Maybe it was the quiet, or maybe it was how the simple act of turning my head seemed to echo through the trees. Maybe it was the way the evergreens burdened by the snow seemed to blend into the growing gloom, forming strange, inky shapes in the dim light. Whatever it was, I was starting to get nervous, the kind of unease that comes when you feel like somebody is watching you, even though you're quite sure you're alone. Before my mind started walking too far down those dark roads of thought, my grandfather came stomping back through the tree line, bundled with broken branches under his arm. He set about showing me how to start a fire without matches or a lighter. He's old-fashioned like that, and soon enough, we had a little nice campfire going. It wasn't until the heat of the fire hit me that I noticed how cold it was. My hands stiff, slight shivers going all around me. We should reach the cabin by about this time tomorrow, if we keep up the same pace. Before we go any further though, I want you to understand something. Things are different out here. If I tell you to do something, I expect you to listen. Understand? I nodded and told him my dad had given me a rundown before I left. Really now? How much did he tell you? Just to listen to whatever you say and to stay safe, I replied, unsure of where he was going with this. Alright then. He didn't say anything for the rest of the night, and I was too tired to ask. Despite that, I found that I laid awake for quite a while, staring up at the sky and listening to the crackling of the fire. I'm not sure why. I should have had no problem sleeping after the day of hiking, but regardless, I couldn't find myself to drift off, even after the moon had risen and shone over the area. It was around then that I heard something in the forest, like some sort of whispering, almost. At first, I figured it was just the wind, but looking at the treetops, they were not moving. I started to focus more on listening, but I couldn't make out what was being said. It was so faint. I sat up and looked around to see if something was there, or maybe my grandfather had been mumbling in his sleep. When I tried to listen again, I was met with silence. I figured it was just something on the breeze and laid back down again. Sleep came soon after that. I was once again awakened by my grandpa as the sun just began a slow creep up over the distant mountains. As we gathered everything, he asked me if I had slept well. I told him that the cold would take a little getting used to it, but other than that, I was fine. He sort of just looked at me for a moment before grumbling and tying off his pack. Once more, we set off deeper into the wilderness. The third day went without incident. It was only after a few more hours of tedious and exhausting trailblazing that we finally came into view, quote-unquote, home, built right up against a cliff face. There were no windows, just massive logs the whole way around. A small chimney rose up from the roof, easy to spot given the trees that had been cleared into a 20-meter radius around the cabin. As we got closer, I noticed that there were actually fence posts. There was even barbed wire, and just every so often, there was a much taller post set a ways back from the fence. In the dim light, I couldn't really make out much about it, even though I was curious as to why they were there. Whatever the reason, I was not in the mood to play 20 questions. I just wanted to get inside and sleep in a warm place for once. However, before we could get in, it seemed like there were a few things that had to be done. My grandfather lifted one of the fence posts off the ground, allowing us to enter, and told me to put it back and make sure it wasn't gonna fall. He said he was gonna go get the door open. It didn't take long. The snow around the cabin was much less than the surrounding area. It made the walking easier. After I finished, I made my way around the side of the cabin. I found my grandfather carefully taking down numerous little metallic things that were hanging over the door. I could see them from what little daylight was left, but I couldn't really make out exactly what they were supposed to be. Again, I was too tired to really care and just wandered inside behind my grandfather as soon as he finished taking down the last one. That bed over there will belong to you, he said. Without much more thought, I went over and went to sleep. I really should have soaked in everything, as this was the last good night to rest I was going to get for a while. I woke up the next morning to a mostly dark room. A candle was set on the table in the middle of the cabin, giving enough light for me to figure out where the door was. Opening and stepping outside, I was greeted by a bright midday sun. Down the yard, I saw my grandfather clearing the excess snow from his plot of land. It was low enough that I could actually see the ground, and a few feet beyond the fence. The snow rose like a wall all around us. The 14 hours of sleep actually allowed me to take stock of the area around me. I could now see that the tall fencing posts from the night before had been chiseled or carved down so that only the pale hardwood remained. And carved all over the posts were words, thousands of them, tightly packed together. Reading through them, there really didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to what was written down. Mostly it was just a bunch of random words. Mostly in Swedish and a few in Norwegian. I'm not really fluent, but I picked up a little bit over the last few years. I guess Dana had noticed me staring at it. What are these supposed to be? I gestured to a similar post around the yard. A word wall, he said. It helps keep things calm at night. I wouldn't stare at them too long though. It won't do much good for your head. In case it wasn't obvious enough already, my grandfather was different. He never liked staying in towns or normal houses, and he always carried these little small objects and charms on strings. I always found it neat, and when I was younger, I would often ask what they meant and listen to his stories for hours. My mother, though, always had a problem with him visiting. I did overhear my mom talking to my dad about allowing Dana to fill my head with crazy nonsense on more than one occasion, but my dad often shrugged it off, saying something like, it's good for him to learn a little bit about Dad's culture. The point is that it was only after I just started to get a look at the cabin and the word wall that these things started to sink in. He was definitely a little strange at times. The first day, we went up to chop a few trees down for firewood, and he would very specifically point out the trees that we were gonna cut. But this was only after pressing his ear to them and listening to see if they were unmarked. When I asked him what he meant by that, the Tomtanisa will get angry, and we really don't want that. For those who don't know, Tomtanisa are part of Scandinavian folklore. They basically look kind of like garden gnomes and act sort of like Santa Claus, or at least that's how they're portrayed now. But growing up, my grandfather would tell me about these little monsters and how they would chew open people's doors and windows, or crawl into houses at night and whisper things to a sleeping person. The people would sometimes go crazy, wandering out into the woods and just rambling on. Other times, they would just sort of be different. Either way, they were freaky little guys. But I kind of stopped believing in the stories during the same time that I stopped believing in Santa Claus. But my grandfather isn't really known for a sense of humor, so listening to him say that was more than a little strange. I sort of just laughed about it, and he looked at me and said, "You think I'm joking? Keep that up, and you won't be seeing the summer." That shut me up pretty quick. I didn't really buy the stories anyway, but I still made sure not to tap the trees that he said were marked. We finished loading up the sleds we had brought with us, and at that point, my grandfather said, "Let's go this way. I want to show you something before we get back." I followed him. It seemed to me like we were making a wide arc instead of going straight back, but I wasn't gonna argue. As we walked, I noticed that there were no animal tracks. Even on the way to the cabin, I had at least picked up a few prints from rabbits or moose and the like. When I asked why we weren't seeing any now, they don't like it here. They know to stay away. Why is that? I asked. These woods aren't safe for anyone after dark. After walking some more, we got to the edge of the section of the forest that we were in. Dana pointed out that beyond the tree line lay the vast snowy rises and falls of the untamed wild. Honestly, it was one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen. There was an overturned tree, and he motioned for me to sit on it. For a while, we just sat there, soaking in the view. Then he sighed. Now, I know you're going to be new to all of this for a while, but I think you should know things are different out here. I need you to trust me when I tell you to do something, or else I could get both of us killed. Do you understand? I said I did. He may be strange, but he means well, so I figured I would humor him, make things a little easier for both of us. That would prove to be a very bad idea. Once we got back and finished stacking the firewood, Dana broke out more of our own stuff that we had brought. As we were cooking, he said that tomorrow we would go hunting. If we caught anything, he would show me how to properly butcher the animal. We ate and settled in for the night, but as we were setting everything up, he told me that if I ever got up to use the outhouse at night, that I should always bring a candle, no matter how bright the moon was, and that if it went out, I should come back inside right away. With that, he set up a few things on the door. When I asked him about it, he told me it was there to confuse anything that was trying to get in. Later that winter, I found out that it was supposed to be a room for illusions or disguises. I guess the idea was that it would make it difficult to tell what was inside the cabin if something was trying to get in. The next few days we went out hunting. For the first little bit we didn't catch anything. It wasn't helped by the fact that we needed to go a certain distance from the cabin before we saw any signs of animal life. Dana always insisted that we be back before nightfall. On top of that, he didn't bring a gun, ever, just a bow and some arrows. I know bow hunting is common enough practice, but given that bears roam these woods, I figure it would be nice to have something with a little bit more stopping power. When I mentioned this to him, he said it would cause more trouble than it would prevent. Eventually, we were able to find and snag a buck, a nice one too, enough meat to be alright for a while. We threw it on the sled and began dragging it back home. More hours went by. When we got back to the cabin, something rather interesting was waiting there for us. Some ravens. Normally, this wouldn't seem so strange, but when I hadn't seen any signs of life except for the trees in this area for almost a week, it seemed a little bit off. Dana actually stiffened up when he noticed it too. When I asked him about it, he told me, "Drop the sled and come with me. We're gonna have to butcher this fast." I wasn't quite sure what was going on, but I remember the conversation from earlier, and I figured it would be best to just keep my mouth shut and go along with it. We circled around the cabin, the raven sitting on the roof watching us the whole way. Lying in a small snowdrift in front of the door was a rabbit's head, just the head, cleanly cut off. The snow was still a little bright red, so it must have been a fresh kill. There was also something through the snow leading up to it, but it looked like it had been thrown in there. Well, that could be worse. We didn't really need the head anyways. When I asked what he was talking about, Dana told me, "It's only right to return a gift with a gift. Take that inside and meet me near the shed." The shed was a little ways off from the word wall, just a few feet beyond the tree line. That evening, we butchered the deer. When we were done, Dana took the head, antlers and all, and walked out into the woods a short way before gently setting it down. And coming back, we brought the rest of the meat into the cabin, and Dana took the rabbit's head off the table where I had placed it. That night, we had rabbit stew and potatoes. When I asked why we were just gonna eat something we found there, he told me it would be rude to just throw it out, and it isn't wise to insult the neighbors. There's more people here? I thought you lived alone, I asked. Alone? No, I just don't live by any sort of people. So, who's your neighbors? I thought I told you already. The Thompsonese that lives here. I didn't really have a good response to that, to be honest. The next morning, we went out to check the fence, something that was becoming quite a routine. I walked out to where he had placed the deer head. It was gone. Not even a bit of blood was left. The next few weeks went by peacefully. we would collect firewood, go ice fishing, and every morning, we would clear the snow away from the cabin. The temperature continued to drop as the winter solstice drew near, and the already short days became a few hours of twilight. You think it would get old seeing the same setting throughout the day, but you'll be wrong. It was breathtaking each and every single time. I should have stayed there staring at it all day if I wasn't being ushered along by Dana. Things would have continued much the same way if I hadn't screwed up one night. It was somewhere around mid-December. You start losing track of the days out here, especially when they are mostly night. And we were going ice fishing again. We set out pretty early, as the sun was just barely peeking over the distant mountain range, and hiked for about an hour until we got to a small frozen lake. We set about the usual, checking the thickness of the ice, cutting a hole. It had only been a few minutes when we heard it, the snapping and cracking of branches behind us. We both stopped and stared for a few moments before Dana said it was fine, even though I could tell he was bothered by it. Every so often, he would look over and scan the trees. We weren't having much luck with the fish and were about to call it a day when I got a tug on my line. I pulled up a big one and thought, great, we haven't had fish in a while. I turned to see if Dana had noticed. I saw him just sort of staring at it, a little confused. When I looked more closely, I saw that the fish had a few gashes taken out of it, little lines cutting along the gray scales. Throw it back. This isn't ours to take, Dana said. Alright then. I was a little nervous, even though nothing happened during my time there. I was able to pick that up when Dana got weird like this. It was best not to argue. I threw the fish back into the pond, and we started making tracks back to the cabin. Along the way, I noticed that the trees near the lake, the ones where the noise had come from, had huge cuts taken out of them, not like an axe or bear claws, more like small chunks that had been ripped out and thrown around. I then asked what that was about, and Dana just started walking faster and said, "We're not gonna come back here. It wouldn't be safe." One of my more frequent chores was to go out and make sure that the word wall's posts were still secure in the ground. One of the many things that my grandfather was really strict about was keeping the wall just right. The word wall came second only to our food stores. This mostly involved going out and giving the posts a solid shove. If there was any shift, I would need to hammer them back in and pack the snow tighter around the bottom until I could no longer get them to move. Anyways, that night, Dana insisted that we go over all of them again before going to sleep. So we went out after finishing dinner, mostly deer. You'll be surprised how long a single deer can last. Dana took one end of the yard, and I took the other. It was getting really cold outside, to the point where any bare skin started to sting. A cloud cover had swept over the land, and there were no stars nor the moon tonight. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving everything in the inky black and gray. It was quiet again, like on the hike up here, where every little movement you made sounded like an earthquake. A little ways off, I could hear my grandfather working, the shifting of his coat, the snow being pressed underfoot. I had already done about 3 posts when I found one that was a little bit loose. I was able to get it straight, and then I picked up the sledgehammer we used for driving them back into the ground. As I lifted up the hammer to get ready to bring it down on the post, I cringed, knowing that the sounds in the forest would be very loud. Just as I was about to swing, I heard something, like a quiet hissing mumble. I swung around while I was bringing the hammer down, hitting the post with a glancing blow and knocking it off center. Spinning around, I tried to listen for it again, thinking that maybe it was just my imagination. The woods will often make you think you're hearing things. After a few seconds of nothing, I figured it was just me imagining things, or overhearing Dana talking to himself. I turned to start fixing the post again, but just as I put my back to the trees, I heard it again. It seemed so quiet that I couldn't make out what was being said, but I was so sure that someone was whispering, quickly, and in a whistle-like tone. I really started to freak out now. I slowly began walking towards the cabin, my back to it and the cliff face, as I scanned the trees looking for where the sound was coming from. The noise didn't seem like it had a direction. It was like it was everywhere at once, still quiet, but it was very much there. While in panic mode, combined with being tired and cold, I got it in my head that if I threw something into the woods, it might scare off whoever or whatever was there. Reaching into the woodpile we had outside, I picked up a small log and threw it into the tree line. I started shouting, "Who's ever out there, you better come out now." My grandfather then came running over. "What the fuck are you doing?" I told him I heard someone talking nearby, but before he could say anything, the trees where I threw the log started to shake, and I could hear branches snapping. "Get inside right now," he said, not taking his eyes off the trees. So the two of us backpedaled into the cabin. By the time that we closed the door, most of the trees had started shaking. The once oppressive stillness of the woods replaced with something like that of a hurricane. That night, Dana nor me slept. We just sat there staring at the door, and he was clutching his hunting knife. Throughout the night, all the sounds didn't die down. It was so loud and violent that I thought the trees must be snapping in half. Periodically, we would hear things hitting the cabin wall. Thumps, crunches, and ripping noises from every direction. I told myself that it was just branches and debris being thrown by the storm. But deep down, I wasn't sure. I didn't know. About an hour before dawn, things started to settle down. Soon enough, my grandfather got up and went outside. I heard him start swearing, so I hurried after him to see what had been done. The outside walls of the cabin had been covered, every inch from top to bottom, with what seemed to be words everywhere, violently slashed into the wood. Chunks had been ripped out of the corners of the door, and the fence was in ruins. Some of the barbed wire had been thrown into the treetops, and many of the posts had been smashed. After a string of curses I could barely even understand, Dana started to calm down. "Never fucking do that again. Never. We need to get this fucking fence fixed before nightfall." And just like that, he set off to start gathering the broken fence. At this point, I had gone from thinking my grandfather was a little crazy to thinking that he might actually know something I didn't. I then helped them pick up the scattered remains of the fence. Every so often, we would find little bits of fabric or hair stuck to the barbs. At this point, I didn't want to ask anything. We were making good time repairing the barbed wire, but I was still worried. Most of the posts that made up the word wall had been broken down and were missing. When I asked them about this, Dana said, "They won't like it, but hopefully they just did this as a warning. Tomorrow, we're gonna go hunting, and we're gonna bring them back something to thank them for not killing us last night." At this point in the year, there were only about 6 hours of daylight, making it very difficult to do anything at all. We were able to get the barbed wire back into a rough semicircle around the cabin. Given the damage from the night before, I asked how much good the barbed wire would actually do. He told me that it wouldn't stop them, but it would slow them down, since their beards and hats would get tangled in it, and they would have a hard time getting free. I couldn't tell if he was trying to joke or not, but at this point, I was about ready to believe anything. Little did I know, I hadn't seen anything yet. The problem was that by this time, it was almost December 21st. The cold was near unbearable, and there was so little daylight. By the time that we got to the part of the wild where the animals roam, it was nearly time to head back. The first day, we looked for signs of animals we could bag, but we didn't even see a squirrel. That night, the wind was blowing pretty strong again, and the cabin was creaking to the point where I thought it might collapse on us. All the while, I stared at the cracks between the log walls, where the candlelight didn't reach. I could swear I saw things moving in the dark. When I finally did drift off to sleep, the last thing I heard was a quiet whispering. Just like before, the next few days were no better. Every time we went deeper into the woods, usually in the way of the distant mountains, the cold was bone-chilling, so much that walking was a challenge for me. I have no idea how my grandfather was able to at his age, but he never slowed down. Yet, we returned empty-handed every time. Each night, the woods became loud. The shadows in the cabin seemed to draw closer to the candle more than the night before, and the whispering started to grow more intense. It got to the point where I could make out some words, though none of them were in English or any other language that I knew of. I couldn't understand them. On the third night, I asked my grandpa if he could hear it as well. He simply told me not to think about it. Each day was more overcast than the one before. The daylight was just a lighter shade of gray, and it was getting to the point where our food stores were running low. Our need to find something became desperate. Things started to get worse by the fifth day. It started to snow again, but not the soft, puffy snow that you see further south. This was big, heavy, wet flakes that seemed more like little snowballs falling everywhere, clinging to everything and weighing us and the trees down. All the while, we went through the misty forest, where we could barely see anything more than a few meters in front of us. I swear I kept seeing things out there, little shapes sitting on rocks or in the branches of trees. They would be there one moment, then disappear as soon as I looked directly at them. I asked my grandfather about it, and he told me not to pay attention to them, but just to keep moving. The longer the days went, the more of those shapes I saw. On the ninth day of trying to hunt something, we returned to the cabin and were greeted by a troubling sight. Along the tree line surrounding the cabin, a few meters from the barbed wire fence, were a number of stones, big boulders, each about chest height. Some of them were shaped weird, with their tops curving off in different directions. They were all pointing at the cabin and had been placed every few feet along the tree line. When my grandfather saw this, he stopped and said, "Pack your things. We're leaving at dawn." I wasn't going to argue at this point, even after we got past the fence and closed the door. I felt like we were still being watched from somewhere out in the snow. It was too dark to see any of the little shapes anymore, especially the ones that had been following us whenever we went outside. But I knew they were still there. We didn't sleep long. Sometime in the middle of the night, between the wind blowing, there was a crash, and the door split down the middle. Frost and snow started flying in, and it blew out the only candle. Before we even knew what happened, there was a weird noise. After a few seconds, my grandfather was able to get a little oil lantern going that was hanging by the wall. The table and pantries had been overturned. Everything that wasn't nailed down was either broken or thrown around the room. I asked if we should leave right now, but he told me, "That's exactly what they want us to do. We'll wait until first light." It was the longest night of my life. We sat there, shivering and staring at the broken door, the lantern's light just barely keeping the dark, and who knows what else at bay. Several times, I thought I saw something there, just outside the door, watching. When I saw the horizon getting brighter, it was like waking from a nightmare, only this one wasn't over yet. We grabbed whatever hadn't been broken and made for civilization. The snow had stopped, but the clouds still hung heavy above us. It would be 3 days until we got to the truck. We moved as fast as we could. The snow was so deep that we had to stop every few meters or so just to wipe it off. It would continuously weigh us down. I don't know how far we traveled. I know we didn't stop, and I don't think we ate until it started getting dark. My grandfather said to get as much firewood as I could. He said we were going to need a big fire. "But what about the marked trees?" I said to him. I still wasn't sure if things could get worse. "Fuck them all. They're already pissed off, and it won't matter much now. Just get as much as you can." That night, we had a massive bonfire going. I bet you could see it from one of the mountains. It was so bright. Even so, we could still hear them out there. The whispering would never stop. Every now and then, a branch or rock would come flying at us or in the fire. It didn't make for a restful night. You know, it was serious at this point when grandfather had violated his own rules, you can say. Around an hour before dawn, the snow started again. The second day was worse yet. With the snow back, the little things got brave and started coming in close. Every now and then, we would get hit with something that fell from tree branches, or a tree along our path would fall down and make it more difficult to go through. We didn't walk. We ran through the woods as much as we could. I didn't think I could run so far, but I don't remember either of us stopping. We were able to stumble into a little clearing as the light was fading again. We quickly grabbed whatever wood we could find and tried to start a fire. However, the wood was wet and the shadows started to close in. We could see the little moving figures at the edge of our vision once again. I guess Grandpa was getting his wits end because he grabbed a little oil lantern and broke it open, pouring the oil across the logs and lighting it up with the lantern sparker. The shadows retreated for a moment, and I think whatever they were started getting angry. We were left mostly alone that night. I don't know why. Maybe they needed to rest sometimes too. Shit, I don't know at this point. The snow hadn't quit yet, so by the time that we woke up, we were both mostly covered. We set out before the sun rose. I think Grandpa didn't trust us to make the rest of the way with only a few hours of light. The trail was a mess. Trees and rocks littered the animal trails, and the bush was so thick with evergreens that it was no better. It was slow going, and of course, we were still being followed. We would still catch sight of them at the edge of our vision, watching and whispering in tune with the wind. For whatever reason, we were left mostly untouched the rest of the way back. The poor trail conditions slowed us down to the point that it was already dark, and we still hadn't made it to the truck. However, my grandpa didn't want to stop. He said we were close and didn't want to risk another night outside. I'm not sure when it was, but eventually we made our way out of the trees and onto a road. We followed it for a few minutes until we saw it, the glorious steed that would get us out of that place, covered only a few feet of snow. Even though we were freezing and exhausted, we swept off the truck bed, threw our things inside, and drove off. I don't think either of us looked back. After we got back to town, we stayed at a hotel for the night. Well, at an inn. It was actually the best rest of my life. We woke up early and drove the entire day until we got to the Eric Nelson Airport. When we got back, my grandpa stayed with my family for a little bit after my dad convinced them. We didn't talk much about the trip, just that we needed to come home early. That spring, my grandpa left and said that he was going to go back home. I asked him what in the hell he was thinking going back there, and he told me that he had lived in those woods for almost 20 years. It was his home, and he was going to stay there for as many years as he had left. However, he promised that he would call or visit whenever he could. That was 3 years ago, and none of us have heard anything from him. My parents are convinced that he passed away. They might be right, but I can't help wanting to know. And that's where we're at today. I told my friends about what happened. They don't really buy it, but I can't blame them. They've been talking on and off for about a year now about going on a camping trip, and I mentioned that maybe we should go up to my grandfather's cabin. They thought it was a great idea. We're currently in the Sky Motel in Whitehorse, and we're gonna leave tomorrow morning. I'm still convinced that this is a bad idea, but I want to know what happened with my grandpa when he came back out here. We planned for the trip to be a little less than a month, and of course we picked summer since I think it's safer than the dead of winter like last time. So this will be the last time that I post until I come back. I hope to update you all pretty soon, but if you don't hear from me, there's a reason why I told you the name of the locations, including the motel. You ever wonder why people always say stuff like, don't be outside at night, or don't go out there alone, especially on the res? It's something that you always hear, and for a good reason. The res is different, full of spirits, bad medicine, and stuff that you can't always explain. It's also not just talk. People know to respect what's out there, because the land carries a lot of history, bad history at that. But why is it that it's only on the res, and not outside in the major cities? Well, for a few reasons. The res is full of troubled history. Many of our elders say that the negative energy The spirits of those who died or suffer on these lands still linger. Even those who passed in tragic circumstances are considered restless or vengeful if the spirit is still lingering around. And here on the res, everyone and their mom has a story about someone who did something and what happened to them after. It's not just here on the Pine Ridge. You hear the same things from other reservations around too. It's almost like the land holds on to everything that's happened, good and bad. A lot of people suffer on these parts of the land, and some of those things never did leave. Breaking the rules, such as ignoring warnings or crossing spiritual lines, like whistling at night, walking alone at night, or opening doors when you hear knocking, is believed to invite danger. And you have to understand, when you're talking about the res, you're talking about a place where our traditions and beliefs are still alive, where if you break one of these rules, you can possibly disturb something. If you don't listen to those warnings, well, things are bound to happen. I'm sure you heard about skinwalkers, Bigfoot, water babies, the Wendigo, La Lechuza, El Nagual, the Lizard Man, La Llorona, the Stikini, shadow people, or possibly of how witchcraft can mess with you. All of this is tied into the land, and a lot of it has to do with indigenous history. People talk about these things because they've seen them, they lived it. On the res, you don't mess with that kind of stuff. By the way, when I say the land, I literally mean the land. The isolation, the woods, the hills, the mountains, they're full of things that you don't want to come across. People here know better than to whistle after dark, or answer knocks on the door when no one's supposed to be there. It's not that creepy stuff only happens here, but out here on the res, it just seems like that curtain, the window between us and the other side, is a bit thinner. I'm actually from the Pine Ridge Res, home of the Oglala Lakota Nation. I am going to say this is going to be a long story. If you don't like detailed stories, well, I guess you can skip through it. But there's so much history behind everything that I'm going to share with you. You ever had one of those days when something happens, and when it does, it suddenly reminds you of something that happened years ago? Does that even make sense? The other day I was looking at an old analog radio scanner when I had a memory come rushing back to me. This actually happened on a local Catholic school ground. It's called the Red Cloud Indian School. It has kindergarten through grade 12. For those who remember the gravestone that has the devil's face on it, it's not there anymore. If you know who I'm talking about, then you might remember his last name was Edwards. Anyways, it was called Holy Rosary Mission back in the day, and many people died on that highway right next to there. If you pass by there, you know how dangerous it can be having a school next to the highway. So a lot of people died there back in the day, or I should say throughout the res. But anyways, the school itself has some weird things going on. This is not surprising to anyone, nor to me. It's not there anymore, but there used to be a payphone in front of the school that people would use. That payphone is part of the story that I'm going to tell you. That payphone used to be located across the school, where it used to be. Now there stands the new building that was built a few years after this happened. Back then, the tribal law enforcement was known as the Oglala Sioux Tribe Public Safety Commission. They had the responsibility to enforce tribal laws, respond to requests for medical assistance, and more. The OST Public Safety Commission had 2 dispatch centers for the res. One of them was located in Kyle, South Dakota, which was responsible for the eastern side of the res. The other center was located in Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and it handled the western side of the res. One of the best things about working for the tribal court and tribal law enforcement agencies is the stories that you hear, or sometimes the stories you become a part of. I was a tribal prosecutor when this all happened, and maybe I'm telling my age here, but it's alright. I figure it's time to pass these stories down before my time here is up. Now, for those of you who don't know, a tribal prosecutor is like a bridge between law enforcement and the court system. My job was to handle all sorts of cases, everything from minor disputes to serious criminal matters, and I worked very close with the tribal police and dispatchers. If there was an arrest made, or if there was a situation that needed legal oversight, I would often be brought in to assess charges or give direction. That meant that I was around for a lot of what went on at the dispatch center. Even if I wasn't the one on the radio, I was always close to the action, you can say. And there were many nights when I would be in the same room with the people there, whenever something would go down. That night was one of those situations. This took place before the tribal dispatch center had audio recording. I'm saying this because I know you're wondering why I had to be there. Back then, every call came in on a landline, and dispatchers used legal pads to write down the calls. Calls to law enforcement were logged the same way, and everything was typed up at the end of the shift on a typewriter. No computers, no fancy systems, just the basics. Again, I guess I'm telling my age here. I happened to be at the office late that night, working on some paperwork for a case we were trying to get in court the next day. As I sat there, I remember hearing the line ring. It was a separate phone from the normal lines, so when that one went off, everyone knew it was serious. You could always feel a shift in the room when it rang. I was there when she answered the phone, around 3 in the morning, asking what the emergency was and what assistance they needed. On the other end of the phone was a man. He was hysterical, he was crying, and hard to understand on the phone. The dispatcher was able to calm him down a bit when he told her that he needed help because he was being chased. Someone was trying to do something to him. The man started crying again on the phone as he told him that he was walking back into Pine Ridge when he got close to a little community called Calico. He met up with another man along the road. It was dark, and he couldn't see him too well. Something about the figure didn't feel right, so he kept walking. As he continued walking, the person followed behind him. As it started following him, it started saying things to him. Apparently, he just told him randomly that he was going to take his soul. He turned around and asked him what he said, and the man repeated that was going to take his soul. He looked at him, and that's when he started running down the road. As he was running, he could hear the guy behind him, just repeating that he was going to take his soul. But then, it said something different. He told him it was going to take his soul, and when it did, he was going to eat it. Apparently, the voice that the guy was using was really creepy as well. The guy kept running and running, but apparently the other person kept up with him as he was running as well. From just north of there, he was coming close to the Red Cloud Indian School. He kept running as this person was right behind him. He then saw the blue security lights of Red Cloud, and he ran to the north turnoff and down into the school. He remembered there was a payphone there. He screamed over his shoulder that he was going to call the police, as he possibly thought that maybe it was someone trying to pull a prank. When he said this, the other person just laughed at him and repeated, "I'm going to take your soul and eat it." He made it to the payphone and called police. The dispatcher thought he was drunk and asked him if he was drinking. He denied being drunk and wanted the police to come now. The dispatcher was about to ask him another question when he started screaming into the phone, yelling that he was on the phone with the police and to keep away. The tone of his voice was enough for the dispatcher to dispatch a unit to Red Cloud School. The dispatcher advised the responding unit that was on its way that it was possibly an assault in progress. The dispatcher got back on the phone and tried to tell the man that the officers were on the way. He was still yelling to keep away, and he said that the officers were on the way. Then, this is where you know it was serious and true. The dispatcher heard a very deep evil sound, a voice over the man yelling. It told him that it didn't care, that he was going to kill him, take his soul, and eat it. The voice alone made the dispatcher get chills. She got back on the radio and told the officer to step it up. She advised that she could hear the man yelling and a voice in the background threatening the man on the phone. Another unit was coming south from Oglala, going towards Red Cloud School. She dispatched that unit to the same traffic. As the units were on the way to the school, she could hear the voice repeating that it was going to kill him, take his soul, and eat it. The man was hysterical, screaming to keep away, crying and yelling at the voice. Then, the voice just laughed and repeated the same thing. But then, it added, "The police won't be able to save you from what's going to happen That's when the man started crying again, yelling into the phone to hurry up. The dispatcher advised the responding units that she could hear the other person on the phone. Both units ended up arriving at the same time. The dispatcher could hear the sirens off in the distance on the phone, and the siren got louder as the units arrived. The dispatcher could still hear the man yelling, crying, and at the same time the voice was repeating, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to take your soul and eat it." That's when she heard laughing as the sirens got loud, and the units both advised that they were on scene on the radio. The dispatcher advised that she could still hear the other party on the phone threatening the man. The man was still crying and now yelling. Then she heard officers in the background as the voice said one last time, "I'm going to kill you, take your soul, and eat it." The officers' voices could be heard by the dispatcher as they came up to the man. He was crying as they came up to him. The Pine Ridge officer came on the phone and told the dispatcher that they had arrived and were going to bring him in. Relieved, the dispatcher started going through the normal questions. "Okay, can you give me a description? How drunk is he? Was he carrying a weapon or anything?" The officer's response surprised her. "No, actually, he's sober. He looks like a normal guy. No weapon on him." That didn't make sense. She assumed both of them were drinking or something, but maybe it was just the fear. She decided to move on. "Alright, and what about the victim? Can you give me his information?" There was a long pause on the other end. "What do you mean?" "The one who called us. What does he look like?" More silence. There's nobody else here but him," the officer finally said. "What do you mean, nobody else?" She pressed. "I heard the other voice myself, just before you arrived." "I'm telling you, there's no one else here," the officer repeated again. "He's the only one standing by the payphone. We checked the area. There's no sign of anyone else." The officer from Pine Ridge went on to tell her that when he turned into Red Cloud School from the south, he could see the man standing by the payphone. The man was swinging towards the air at something as he came down to the payphone. The dispatcher heard the voice, but there was no one there as the officers arrived. And that was basically it. He was sent to the psych unit for 5 days. I don't know what happened to him after he got out. People stopped talking about it, like most things around here. Things like this get spread around, and they basically become stories to scare people into following the rules. But the truth is that nobody really forgets. The dispatchers that were there, they retired not too long after that. One of them moved to Kansas to be with her kids and watch her grandkids grow up. I still see the other one here and there. We don't talk much about that night. I brought it up once when I ran into her at the grocery store, just to see if she remembered it the way I do. She went quiet for a moment, then gave me a strange look. You know, the kind of look that people give you when they want to tell you something, but they think it's better if you don't know. She finally said, "It wasn't just him. There was something else." Then she shook her head like she was trying to shake off the memory and walked away without saying anything else. I never pressed her after that, but sometimes, late at night, like right now, as I'm up writing this down, I think about the voice on that call, the way it said it was going to take his soul, and I do wonder, did it? I mentioned earlier how people say, don't be outside at night, or don't go out there alone. It's not just made up. There are things you don't do on the rest for good reason, whether it's something as simple as not whistling after dark, or refusing to answer a knock on the door when no one's supposed to be there. All these rules exist for a reason. If you're not from the rest, you might laugh at stories like this, and that's fine, but you don't know what is out there. The land carries the spirits of those who never left, and sometimes, out here, those spirits or things will notice you. In some cultures, there are witches. They shift into a human, animal, something in between. There's also people who curse others. They drive off confusion and make your life hell. They don't need to kill you to hurt you. They just need to break you down. And if you do catch their attention, they will make you question everything. The man in this experience, he may have come across one of these things, or Maybe he was cursed. Maybe a shapeshifter was after him. Or maybe it was something much more old, something darker. I'm not sure. I mean, what was he doing out at night, that late? But I do know this, the man could see it, something in the dark, and when he ran, it chased him, saying that it was going to take his soul. Maybe that was just the beginning. I know, a lot of maybes, but you get my point. If you ever do come visit us at the rest, or somehow find yourself on the rest, especially after dark, please listen to the warnings. Respect the land. Respect the spirits. Don't whistle. Don't answer knocks at the door when no one should be there. And if you hear somebody or something calling your name, or if you feel something following you in the dark, ignore it. People might believe in fences or county lines, thinking that they can leave this place and be safe once they cross over to the city, you can say. However, the spirits, these things, they are not limited by territorial names and labels. They go wherever they please. And sometimes, they follow you. Y'all stay safe out there.
I have never shared a story with anyone before, in the hopes that you all get a glimpse of what actually goes on in the res from someone who actually went and experienced something. But I'll cut to the chase. I got to be part of a Navajo ceremony not long ago. It was for a book that me and some friends were working on. In the end, it ended up being one of the most meaningful events of my life, and I feel very blessed to have been able to experience it. There's just one small problem. The people I work with aren't big believers in the sort of thing, and I don't really have friends outside of work, and I don't really have family. I mean, I do, but that's actually a long story. Basically, I have nobody to talk to about my experience, but maybe you'll be kind enough to listen while I ramble a bit. Or maybe you won't, and that's fine too. Either way, it's always useful to put pen to paper, so let me start from the beginning. It was spring, a couple of years ago. Me and some friends are working on a short textbook for students containing interviews with Native Americans from different tribes. I happen to be the natural pick for the Navajo, since I recently completed a brief assignment there. On that assignment, I became friends with a guy that I'm gonna call Bill. Bill is actually young, but he's actually pretty close with the tribal leadership. He'll be an asset to me on this new project, so I reach out to him one morning. I'm wondering if he can get me in touch with some interesting tribal members. His response surprises me. "Hey, it's funny you call. Someone actually wants to meet you." Well, that's a happy coincidence. Bill says that there's this medicine man. I'll call him Jordan. Jordan randomly approached Bill a few days ago. He told Bill he was holding a special ceremony and asked Bill to ask me to attend. For context, I never even met this medicine man. In fact, I barely even know Bill, other than as a contact. So naturally, I'm asking, why would you want me? And Bill has no clue. "Hey man, he just told me to reach out to you." So I ask when the ceremony is being held, and he responds, "A couple of weeks from now." That's a lot sooner than I thought. At first, I thought I might not be able to make it, but keep in mind, I'm an academic. Publish or perish is the motto. Not only that, the Navajo medicine men are known for being private. A first-hand look at a Navajo ceremony with a real medicine man. Now that's a good opportunity. It could be a real highlight of the book. Who knows? Maybe it'll open doors for me. I'm picturing lectures and paid speaking engagements. I'm exaggerating a bit, but you get the picture. I want to contribute something good. So I tell Bill, I'll be there. Just tell me where I need to be. So Bill actually gives some very complicated directions. I jot them down. A week later, I'm barreling through the Navajo Nation in my old Jeep. Following Bill's directions, I turn off the main highway. From there, it's a long drive through the middle of nowhere. It'll be a couple of hours before I get anywhere near where the ceremony is going to be held. The Jeep bounces along, kicking up dust the whole way. In the meantime, I'm trying to read these confusing directions based on the geographical landmarks. I'm reading them as I'm driving, but also keeping my eyes peeled. I'm looking for a Hogan. And in case you didn't know, these things can blend into the desert real easy. I'll attach a picture so that you all can see. I don't want to miss it, but before I know it, daylight is beginning to disappear. Now I'm getting worried. This is actually taking more than a couple of hours. I'm starting to think maybe I took a wrong turn somewhere. I'm secretly cursing Bill and his awful directions. So the sun is beginning to set. I just about resigned myself to a night of sleeping in my Jeep when I see it off in the distance to my left. It's a Hogan for sure. I make a beeline towards it by the last light of day. My Jeep rolls to a stop. As the sun sinks below the horizon, the desert goes dark. I breathe a sigh of relief. Later on, I note that this is the first moment when I felt that something wasn't quite right. I'm relieved to find the Hogan, of course, but in my stomach, I feel butterflies, and not the good kind. So I do something weird. I sit there. I don't get out. I don't even move. After all of the rush of getting my bags packed, emailing my department about the trip, getting some of my responsibilities covered by other people, and hauling gas through the middle of nowhere, I'm actually debating about going inside. Why am I hesitating? After some time, the academic side of me wins. Snap out of it, kiddo. You got some work to do. I chalk up my hesitation to excitement jitters. I step out of the Jeep and it finally hits me. I'm about to be a witness to a special Navajo ceremony. I find myself wondering the same thing I asked Bill when he first called me. Why was I even invited here? I pause in the darkness, staring at the little mound of a building that I'm about to enter. Before I do, a scene plays out in my mind. I enter the Hogan, and an open fire burns in the center. Around in a crowd of silent Navajo men sit in their rustic clothing. The medicine man is in a traditional Navajo garb. The flickering light casts its shadows on their faces. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. But anyways, by now, I know better than to expect these cliches. In fact, there's no open fire, no silence. Instead, I find the men talking cheerfully, wearing everyday clothes. A few of them have on cowboy hats. They're swapping stories and don't even acknowledge me when I come in. I sit down by the entrance. The women are mixing cornmeal and water. Then they grab palm-sized scoops out of the mix and roll them into balls into the center of the Hogan, where I expected the open fire. But instead, there's a small oven with a big stone griddle on the stovetop. The women slap the cornmeal balls flat onto the hot stone. They sizzle. The aroma is amazing. I'm reminded that I actually haven't ate in several hours. A woman offers me a bowl of steaming food, and then the grilled cornmeal cakes start coming off the griddle. One of the women hand me one, and I begin to stuff my face. As I begin to eat, one of the men says something. It must be funny because all the others start to laugh. And then there's this one older man who lets out this big, booming laugh. And just like that, I'm back with my grandparents. So let me give you some background on my grandparents. My grandpa was a big bear of a man, enormous hands, big snow white beard like Santa Claus. Grandma, on the other hand, was a small southern woman, very outdoors. She had a garden that I helped her tend. In the summer, it was packed with cucumbers and tomatoes, and all kinds of other veggies. That grandma would turn everything into soup. She actually baked cornbread too, and it's still one of my favorite meals. As the aroma filled the kitchen, Grandpa would steal me away. He would take me under the sycamore and tell me stories. In a way, my grandpa was a very old world guy who knew a lot about spooky folklore. Most of the stories he told me involved trolls and elves. He used to tell me the story that I remember so much. As a boy, Grandpa and his friends would spend hours in the woods back in his hometown, not in the US. One day, they found something in a clearing in the trees. This specific area of the woods was not unfamiliar to them, but none of them had ever seen this clearing before. It was like someone just came in overnight and cut down a circle of trees in the middle of the forest. Only the clearing was totally flat and grassy like nothing had ever grown there. And in the center stood these very big stones, taller than any of the boys. There were 6 stones total, covered in moss. Grandpa and his friends went up to touch them. They noticed that the stones had big ugly faces carved into them. They had noses, a mouth, eyes, and ears. One of the boys said that they are trolls. This idea scared them, and they all took off running for home, scared, but laughing. The next day they teased each other about being scared of the stones. They decided to go back, but they could never find a clearing again. They looked around for months without luck. Eventually, they just gave up. Grandpa would end the story by pointing to the woods surrounding the house, and he would say, "Those trolls are still out there somewhere." Then he tells me that the trolls always turn to stone in the light of the sun, but at night, the spell was lifted. The trolls would wake up in the moonlight, stretch their limbs, and shamble down the mountains. They moved quietly through the towns, and if you ran into one, best of luck. That troll had found its meal for the night. These stories spooked me pretty good when I was a kid. Grandpa knew this, so he would always finish by reassuring me, in the middle of the day, the trolls are asleep. There's no need to worry. Besides, I'm here to keep you safe. I always felt safer when he was around. He told me tons of other stories like this, always from his life back home, and most of them involved magic. And being a little curious kid, I wanted to know if magic was actually real. So one time I asked him. Keep in mind, my grandpa had a funny way of putting things. I can't remember the exact words that he used, but I do remember the essence of what he said. So I asked him, is magic real? And he says, magic actually works backwards. You have to believe in it before it becomes real. Obviously that confused me, so instead, I asked him if he believed in magic. You know how some people forget their dreams when they wake up, and then they claim that they don't dream, but they do. They just forgot. What the heck? Now I'm even more confused. So I would pester him about it all the time. Do you believe in magic, Grandpa? Yes or no? People who don't believe in magic are like sleepers who don't dream. It was always something like that. Nowadays, I find those responses kind of funny and kind of beautiful in a way, but at that time, I wasn't sure what the hell he was talking about. So the days would pass like this. Grandpa would tell me stories for hours. Then Grandma would come outside. She would bring iced tea bowls of soup, a plate pile high with cornbread. We would sit together under a sycamore and hold hands. Grandpa would say grace. Then we would eat right there on the ground. Grandma would pile extra pieces of cornbread onto my plate as I ate. She tells me all about how well the garden grew that year compared to other years. Grandpa would make jokes. His huge laugh would ring through the air. And this is how I spent the best days of me being a kid. They were my family. They were my home. My memories of those days are still vivid in my mind after all this time. But the year I turned 13, Grandma got sick. She was in the hospital for weeks before she passed. Grandpa took it hard. It almost seemed like her dying drove him a little crazy. He started forgetting things. His stories became less exciting, and they all ended very sad now. He would barely even laugh, and not long afterwards, he passed away too. So I went to live with my dad, and to be honest, he's not important. The only thing you need to know about him is that he wasn't really around for much of me being a kid. Even after I moved in with him, he was never home. The house was always empty. It was just me and the internet. And fuck, I miss my grandparents badly. I fucking miss the garden, and the stories, and the laughing. I didn't feel at home where I was. My dad wasn't much of a role model either, but I won't go into that. So I made a choice. I didn't want to live there anymore. I didn't want to end up like my dad. Somehow, I would move away and never come back. So I put my head down and focused on school. I got a job at 15 and began saving up my money. Eventually, I graduated. My grades were very high, and I made it into the university. My home life made me qualify for financial aid, as well as tons of other grants. It helped me get started on my road in academia. I used my savings to buy a Jeep that some old dude was selling on the cheap. And then when the next semester rolled around, I was going off to college. The house was empty as always. My dad wasn't there to see me off, and to be honest, I wasn't surprised. But still, it did hit me kinda hard. I was losing my second home now. My first home, my real one, I lost when my grandparents died. Now, I was turning my back on my dad and this empty house. The future was wide open, but I was scared. But I still hit the road. I didn't know where home was at, but I know it wasn't here. And I'm sorry, I'm writing this in between a few things. I guess I'm getting sidetracked. But now that I think about it, this is the first time I really gotten a chance to think about these things. So I guess my mind is all over the place. But anyways, let me get back to it. So somehow, all of that led me to this place in the middle of the desert, inside a hogan, full of people I never met, eating their food and about to witness a ceremony that many outsiders never even get to see. People are laughing, and I'm shoving cornmeal cakes into my mouth. My butt is planted on the dusty floor. It's just like when I was a kid. But then, something happens. Remember those butterflies I felt in my stomach when I first showed up? They're back. Except that now, they're pissed off. At first I'm like, fuck, I must be eating too fast. My stomach feels pinched. I slow my chewing, but I think it's too late. Before long, it feels like a dozen snakes are wrestling inside my guts as I try to keep it together. That's when I noticed him. A slim man, across the hogan from me. Without taking his eyes off of me, he slips a chunk of wood into the belly of the oven. He gives me a curious look, then he lowers his gaze and stares into the fire. Bill never described him to me, but somehow, I know this must be Jordan. He's actually very young, and he's wearing a beat-up ball cap. Not what you would expect from a medicine man at all. A woman takes my empty bowl of food. Jordan pulls out a small box and opens it. The hogan goes silent. Jordan pulls two small bundles from out of the box, one for protection and one for blessings. He later told me the following, but I'll tell you right now. It turns out that Jordan is here to help out a man named Leonard, and I'll call him Leo for short. Leo has been having terrible nightmares. They started just a couple of months ago, and these nightmares are always the same. Leo finds himself in some isolated area. He comes upon a campfire, and the flames burn black like charcoal. Leo says that the fire gives off an eerie glow. The sight of it always strikes fear into Leo. He wakes up from these nightmares covered in sweat. He says it's always the same. His dreams of the black fire, and then when he wakes up, there's a strange smell in the room. Pungent, but not unpleasant. Leo can't identify it. Sometimes he's up for an hour or so, unable to fall back asleep. During these times, the smell doesn't go away. Leo passes out, and when he wakes up in the morning, the pungent smell is gone. At this point, Leo's mother chimes in. She says that her son began to change when the dream started. He's always been a quiet, serious young man, but he's become paranoid and violent, and he's always angry. He's not the same person he used to be. It's like the dreams are changing him. She says that not long ago, she actually wanted to pay her son a visit. She walked as she normally does, and as she got closer, she could see from a distance that someone was outside of Leo's home. She said that this person seemed to be peering into the house through the front window. It was kind of late and somewhat dark outside. She said she couldn't tell who the stranger was, but she thought it was a friend that was going to check on her son. But then, as she got closer, and this is when she stopped talking, and I could see that there are tears in this old woman's eyes as she was trying to speak. And then she looked around and looked at me. There's a long silence, and then Leo says that he saw it from inside the house as well. But this is the weird thing, that none of them seem to want to say what it was. But at the same time, I'm looking around, and everybody in the Hogan seems to understand. It's almost like they know what's being discussed without anybody actually saying it. I look at Jordan for answers, but he doesn't speak. He just stares into the fire that burns in the oven. After a long silence, he does something unexpected. He begins to sing. It's out of nowhere, and I almost jumped in my seat. And as he sings, he pulls out this small pouch. He reaches in with his fingers and sprinkles some powder over the flames in the oven. I quickly know what it is. It's cedar. The aroma is pleasant, but I look over at Leo, and he reacts strangely. His body becomes tense. He seems dazed, with his jaw slack and his head tilting back. He almost looks like he's been knocked out cold, except that his lips are moving, which reminds me of my old roommate who used to mumble in his sleep. Jordan keeps singing, and the song is beautiful. Soon, despite Leo's weird trance, I'm pulled into Jordan's song. This next part is hard to describe. I'm not sure if maybe I went into a trance too, but as I was listening to Jordan singing, the sound of his voice seemed to quiet everything. I began to feel the music in my ears, then my chest. Then, it seemed to resonate throughout the wooden frame of the Hogan itself. The only thing I can liken to it now is that feeling of being next to a speaker when it's blasting music. It wasn't exactly like that, but similar. At this point, it seems that Jordan's singing seemed to be literally all around me. It seemed to be coming out of the walls. I could almost see it like the Hogan was moving itself. Like I said, it's hard to explain. It seemed to only last a few moments. I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Jordan's voice grew quiet, and then he pulled out a pipe and began to stuff it with tobacco. He took a few, and then with one last big puff, blew a huge cloud, and pulled out the smoke with his fingers, hanging himself all over with it. And then he took one last puff, and this time he blew the smoke all over Leo. And as he did this, Leo seemed to come out of his trance. His eyes were wild, like he had just woken up from a terrible dream. The pipe went around the room, and everyone followed Jordan's example. When the pipe came to me, I blew a cloud of smoke and patted myself all over with it, similar to the way that Jordan did. As I did this, I heard a knock at the small door of the Hogan. Everybody went silent. Something was skittering around outside. I naturally thought this was an animal that was trying to get in, but there were more knocks, and they were coming from different sides of the Hogan. Jordan then put his hand on Leo's head and started to pray. I then began to feel strange. For the record, I did dabble in drugs while in college, but never to a significant degree. My classmates all smoked pot. A few others took shrooms, but I never wanted to mess with that stuff, because to be honest, my dad was a fuck up, and I was worried about becoming like him. With that said, during a deep period of depression, I smoked pot twice, and I took shrooms once, but I never messed with alcohol, so I'm very familiar with the sensations, both positive and negative. I'm familiar with the off feeling of a bad trip, and to be honest, for a moment, I did wonder if Jordan just had to smoke something But what I felt was not like that. It didn't feel like a high or a chemical sensation. It didn't feel like a bad trip either. Even though I was beginning to feel scared, it was something else. Something familiar. Something I hadn't felt in a long time. At that point, the butterflies returned, and they hit me like a truck. My stomach was starting to jump all over the place. I once heard someone describe their food poisoning experience as their stomach feeling like a sack full of cats. That's what this felt like. I felt very ill. I tried to get a grip. I tried to tense up my stomach and get the sensation under control, but I could tell I was about to throw up. I was breaking out into a bad sweat, and nobody seemed to notice. Nobody, except Jordan. I found myself staring into his eyes. After the ceremony, Jordan would explain it all to me. However, the ceremonial smudge is different. How people react well to the tobacco, and that's a good thing. But when it doesn't sit well with people, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It means that the spirits are working on them in an uncomfortable but necessary way. The medicine man pays attention to these things. He watches carefully, then he picks out the appropriate prayers based on what he sees. Jordan also tells me that on most occasions, everyone in the ceremony reacts the same way to the tobacco. Either the smudge goes well and everyone feels peaceful, or else the smudge makes everyone feel sick. It's one or the other. But what is strange is for the smoke to single out one person. If it was gonna be anybody, it should have been Leo. The ceremony was for him after all, and that's when Jordan began to suspect that he had been right to invite me. He explains all this to me later in private, but in that moment, I'm clueless. All I'm thinking is I'm gonna shit my pants, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm practically Betty dancing in my seat at this point. The others are starting to notice, and the knocking at the hogan has started to match the feeling in my stomach. It's gotten violent. Then Jordan lets out a piercing scream, and it all goes away. The sound of his voice settles my stomach. It's like it shoots through me, pulls out the board of snakes wrestling in my stomach. I have no other words for it. It's like someone unclogged the drain. I let out a huge sigh. I have sweat dripping down my face, my chest, and my back. The others are looking at me now. They must be wondering what the hell Jordan was thinking by inviting this non-native man into their bed. Leo is still in his own world, oblivious to me or the pounding on the walls. He's rocking back and forth. Jordan looks concerned. He passes something else around the room. It's a small bag or pouch. Each person pulls something out of it and then passes it to the next person. When it comes to me, I reach in and find that it's full of arrowheads. For the first time, someone speaks to me. The woman to my left leans over and whispers, "Don't let it touch the ground." I notice that she's eyeing me with concern. I must look like a mess. I pass the pouch to the next person, clutching my arrowhead. I'm not gonna let it touch the ground. Jordan is back to singing. His voice still seems to resonate in the walls. But to be honest, I don't know if I'm just being delirious. But there's definitely somebody or something outside. There are heavy footsteps moving around the hogan, and whatever it is, it's big. Jordan throws more cedar on the flames. Its aroma fills the space again. I inhale it. It feels good. I breathe in through my mouth to taste it. Weird, I know, but it made sense to me at that time. As I'm swallowing the cedar, I feel my throat begin to feel funny, kind of prickly. Then it closes up. It's a feeling I know very well. Jordan keeps adding cedar to the fire, and for the first time, I see some urgency in his movements. Now, he keeps glancing up as the knocking on the hogan moves from one side to the other. Another pouch goes around the room. Everyone else seems nervous. They're dipping their fingers into the pouch and streaking what looks like a white powder over their faces like war paint. Meanwhile, the tightness in my throat has given way to a rising lump. This is what the butterflies were warning me about. And Jordan's voice is basically thundering at this point. He then holds up his arrowhead as the knocking on the walls grows louder. I can see that Leo's eyes are open, but nobody's home. Jordan then makes a gesture in the air with his arrowhead. Instantly, Leo lets out a huge sigh. He almost falls over like a deflated balloon. He wobbles for a bit. Then he looks around the room at us. His eyes are back to normal now. Meanwhile, the lump in my throat is about to burst. There's a sudden pounding on the Hogan door. For the first time, I hear Jordan's voice start to crack. He glances over at me. I'm sitting in front of the entrance. The door is right behind me. I hear something that sounds like scraping or scratching. The wind outside is howling now. Maybe it's the strength of the wind, drowning everything out. But Jordan's voice is starting to sound weak. Then, something happens that sends the ceremony everywhere. There's another heavy pounding at the door. The wind picks up. There's a pop. And just like that, the door is thrown open by the wind. It slams open and shut in the blast. At that moment, the lump in my throat breaks and tears flood my eyes. The women begin to scream. The men are shouting. The gust circles through the Hogan. The fire starts to struggle. And Jordan's voice is barely even heard now, but his eyes continue fixed on me. He raises his voice and continues to sing. And the whole time I'm just crying. It's like years of sadness are pouring out of me. I'm crying like a baby, thinking about my dad, about the empty house with nobody in it but me. I think about my grandparents and how they left me when they died. They were my home. In the midst of the chaos, the wind is tearing through the Hogan. All of these different thoughts are raging inside of me. And then, just like that, everything is calm. The wind seems to literally sink into the ground. It's gone. I feel someone lay a hand on my shoulder. It's a large, heavy hand. I don't dare turn around. I'm afraid of what I'll see. I keep looking at Jordan, whose song is now ringing through the air again. It fills the space and resonates in the walls. I can feel it all around me. The tears are still running down my face. I feel something that I haven't felt in a very long time. I feel like I'm with my grandpa again. It comes from out of nowhere, but it feels completely real. I know he's gone, but I have this distinct feeling that he's right there. That it's his hand on my shoulder. All the anger I felt about him dying and leaving me behind, it all goes away. And all I can think about is how sorry I am. I feel bad for blaming him, and I actually want him to know that. Jordan is still singing, and I blink, and I look around, and everyone is looking in my direction. They're looking over my shoulder. There's a long moment when I'm just watching all of them. Then, they all bow their heads. Everyone except Jordan, who keeps his eyes fixed on something behind me. The Hogan is resonating with his song again. The song is beautiful, and it feels warm in my ears. The feeling I mentioned, the one I haven't felt in a long time, it's a sense of connection. I feel connected with everyone there. Even though I don't know anybody, I feel connected to my grandfather. I could feel his presence. He's in the room with me. I know it. I keep my eyes on Jordan, but I lift my hand up and reach back. I touch the hand resting on my shoulder. The hand is solid. It's real. And it's warm. Jordan throws a fistful of cedar into the fire, and I feel the hand grow warmer. Outside, it begins to rain. The flames of the fire are raging again, and Jordan's eyes are staring into mine. He's singing with a smile on his face. The Hogan feels like it's breathing all around me, and for the first time that night, I speak out loud. I tell my grandpa that I love him, and Jordan's song is filling my ears again, and in the song, I can hear a voice that sounds like my grandpa's voice. By the time Jordan finishes his song, my grandfather's hand is growing cold. Then it fades, and the Hogan is quiet for the first time since I arrived. The ceremony comes to an end sometime in the early morning hours. By the time that everyone leaves, the sun is rising. Despite the hell of a night I just had, I don't lose sight of my duties. I still need that interview for the book. Jordan is actually wide awake, so I interview him just outside the Hogan. It's during this interview that he talks about the smudge and explains the purpose of the arrowheads in the face paint. But the question that was really burning in my mind was the one that had been there since I talked with Bill. Why was I invited? A non-native man and a total stranger. So Jordan told me when Leo's mother approached them about holding a special ceremony for her son, Jordan agreed to do the ceremony. He did what he always did. He prayed for guidance. And that night, he had a dream. In the dream, a creature was prowling around the Hogan. Jordan was sitting inside, and a white man he had never met confronted the creature. When Jordan woke up, he wondered what this dream meant, so he prayed. Long story short, Jordan learned that the creature was the evil spirit that was afflicting Leo, and that it actually wasn't native. He said it was brought over by a non-native for some reason that he didn't make clear. Jordan knew that he needed to call upon non-native spirits to help him manage this theme, whatever it was, and without it, the ceremony would fail. From his prayers, Jordan understood that Bill was somehow connected to the white man from his dream. He also knew that I would be calling Bill, so he told Bill to invite me. When I showed up, Jordan thought that he had made a mistake. I wasn't the white man from his dream, but it was too late to do anything about it, and he carried out the ceremony as planned. When the evil spirit forced its way into the Hogan, that violent wind that blew the door open, Jordan believed it was going to kill him, but then he saw that something was protecting me, though he couldn't see what it was at first, but he knew it was a spirit of some sort. Jordan then interrupted himself and asked if I knew what these ceremonies were called. I told him I wasn't sure, and he said, "We call these ceremonies sings, because the singing is crucial." He told me that songs are like food for the spirits. The same way that a good meal can comfort you or make you happy, the right song can give certain helpful spirits and make them stronger. Jordan felt the evil enter the Hogan, trying to put out the fire, and if the fire had gone out, it would have been all over. But Jordan was focused on me and on my protector, and he sang a song to give his strength. He was at that point that he knew for sure that I was the person he had meant to invite, because as he sang, the spirit behind me took the shape of a man. It was the man from Jordan's dream. It was my grandpa. As soon as he appeared, the evil spirit fled. I asked Jordan why this was, and he shrugged. That was for the great spirit to know. But in his own experience, only good spirits that have intimate knowledge of bad spirits can chase them away. Maybe your grandfather encountered the spirit while he was alive, Jordan suggested. Then Jordan pointed out something else. The Great Spirit had used him to heal not just one person that night. First it was Leo, and then me. He told me that he noticed I had reacted badly to the smudge. That only happened because there was a deep cut inside of me that had never healed. My grandpa's spirit was there. When I smudged myself, I had allowed my grandpa to begin healing the wound. Later, after the evil spirit had fled, Jordan has stepped in and finished what my grandpa started. He closed all the wounds. I will forever be grateful to Jordan. There's more to the story, but I think I said everything I needed to say. I lost my family and my home when I was a kid. In a way, I lost myself after that. I grew bitter. I stopped dreaming, and I lost my faith. So I know I said this in the beginning that I wanted to make a few things clear about what goes on in the res, but I also wanted to share this story for those who have lost their faith. Anyways, I want to extend my love and gratitude to everyone that is listening to my story. I'll always